Bless you.
You're live.
What is going on, owls and owlettes? We are here for the Owwll-O-Oween call-in marathon. So we'll be getting started very shortly. As you can see, I am in the holiday spirit of Halloween, rocking the most intense and scary-looking owl outfit that you will see this year. So all day today, from 9 to 6, I suppose, from 9:13 to 6:13, we're going to be giving away so much value, so much marketing advice, branding advice. So please download Owwll, and we will start dropping the link so that you guys can get it and basically come through, ask your questions. You're getting a $10 credit just for signing up. And we do have some bonuses today. If you post about our conversation on LinkedIn, you get a $13 credit. Think about all of the entrepreneurs, all the business owners, all the people that you can reach with that $13 credit. Because like most people, myself included, we're set at only $1. So you get the opportunity to talk to so many professionals, maybe before you do business with them. Just kind of try them out, see how the conversation is, what the vibe is. You get to talk to professionals in real time when they go live. In addition to that, if you are brand new and you submit $100 worth of credits, you will get triple the amount. Think about all the free value that you're receiving through that. And that is going to be exclusive just for today. So we will be getting started in a moment, but let's just talk about this entire marketing campaign. I feel like this is a great example of what works when trying to put a product on the market and trying to make it successful. So I'm going to get a little bit meta for a second. So why are we doing these call-a-thons? Why are we doing these marathons? Why did we do all these crazy live streams? Well, essentially, people obviously appreciate effort, right? So when they see you excited about something and that you're really trying to innovate and do different things, new things, it's common sense that these types of ideas do go viral and they capture a ton of attention. Another thing is how great is it that we live in a time where on social media you can advertise your business in this way for free, right? So it really matters how much effort you're putting forth and people seeing that you're really trying, right? So another example of that is, why do we do such crazy challenges? Why do we do these 9-hour, 12-hour, 25-hour live streams? What's the point? What's the purpose? Why do we do this? Well, what it comes down to is where I kind of became inspired to come up with some of these ideas is YouTube and movies. So let me use YouTube as the example first. Mr. Beast, he's the most subscribed. He has the most subscribers of anybody else on YouTube. And the way that he started going viral is he would do these incredible challenges, these overwhelming challenges, whether it was saying somebody's name for 24 hours straight or doing whatever activity for 36 hours, 48 hours, reading out an entire dictionary from start to finish. People respect effort, right? And if we know that about how Mr. Beast went viral, then you kind of have the keys to success. Then you can better understand how to go viral, right? Because you have a real life example right there. But I didn't say just YouTube, I also said movies. So when it comes to movies, think about the character at the beginning of the story, right? Oftentimes, if you guys are familiar with the hero's journey, Hero of 1,000 Faces, it's by Joseph Campbell. He talks about it a lot. And essentially what it is, when you're following the hero's journey, the reason why, we watch movies is because we want to experience somebody going through some kind of metamorphosis or transformation, right? I'll use Star Wars as an example. In Star Wars, if Luke Skywalker would have stayed the farm boy through the entire movie, do you think anybody would have paid a ticket to go see it? Probably not. But it was the fact that Luke started out as a farm boy, and then he had a lot of ambitions. He knew that he was living a very ordinary life, but he wanted extraordinary things. And the price that we pay to live an extraordinary life are all of these obstacles, all of these challenges. And what we pay the ticket for is to see the outcome, to see the transformation, to see the person's journey, experience hard things. Doing a 9-hour, 12-hour, 25-hour live stream is a hard thing. It's a hard thing to do. But when people are watching, they can't help but not tune in to see the transformation, to see the outcome, to see if the person survives it, right? So again, as much as I love the informational talking head videos and see the value of them, doing things like this is really what moves the needle. It's really what gets people excited. So there you go. Now you have a little bit of context of why we do these incredible live streams, these long live streams. So again, if you guys want, in the comment section, start dropping your questions, and we'll be starting to call people on Owwll shortly. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to drop the link. Hey guys, can I get some support in here? Can I get some support? Can you guys support me? Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of it's a little muffly. It's like a little grainy in the mic. But keep dropping your questions, guys. I'm going to drop the link to Owwll so you can all donate. So we can start calling.
Switch mics.
We will be getting started in a moment. We're just doing a little costume change with the mics. There we go. Beautiful. Thank you. How's that? Ooh, yes. That is crispy. That is crispy. I love a crispy mic. What do you guys think of this studio, by the way? How incredible is this? Like, did we capture the Halloween vibe or no? Yeah. So, and we are joined right now by Jason, the founder and CEO of the Owwll app. Jason, are we here again doing this thing again?
I keep twisting your arm, or you keep twisting mine. I don't know. It's one or the other.
I keep twisting your arm because I feel like every time I pitch you a crazy idea, you're just like, John, I guess, are you sure you want to? And I'm like, yes, I do.
We keep one upping each other.
Yes. But let's give some context about what today is specifically, and I would love for you to share the bonuses and some of the giveaways that we're going to be having. So I shared a little bit about it, but Jason, reinforce it while I drop the link so that everybody can download the app and hop on some calls.
It's Friday the 13th. It's the spooky month, right? Halloween. So we want to do something unique. So we pinned Jonathan Palmer's profile to the top, so it's really easy to find.
Did you?
On the Owwll app. Can't miss him, and you'll see when he goes available. We'll start blinking live, and you have that opportunity to call in to this show for $1. And every person that calls in, we are making customized videos for them. So we're behind the scenes, we are recording. So not only are you getting $1 to talk to Jonathan and getting great knowledge and the opportunity to build a connection with him, right? A lot of people that called in last time, he's now working with behind the scenes. It's pretty spectacular.
It is. It actually converted, Jason.
Converted for everyone. That's the bottom line, because Owwll's a networking platform that you
There we go.
I think you're back.
We're back. Sorry, guys.
Danielle, please check.
More tech issues. There we go. I can see myself. I can see myself. There we go.
I don't know. That's why I've been asking. It's like,
No, it is directly.
But before it doesn't show like the charging button.
Yeah, you're back.
Back on track. There we go. Fantastic. So, guys, like we were saying, we're going to be live until 6:13 tonight. So bring your questions, and we're going to be going live on Owwll momentarily. We're going to be going on Owwll, and you guys can call in, ask me your marketing and business questions. It's going to be such a good time. Such a good time. There we go. So we're good. So, back at it. Jason is going to be joining us momentarily, and he can tell us a little bit more about. Tell us about this new user interface, Jason.
The bottom line is when you're running a business, we have so many entrepreneurs on this platform. You never know what technical issues you could run into. So right there, we had a major bump in the road, but we did not panic. You know,
No time for panicking around here.
And when we look at professionals, so often people are like, "Why does that person make more money than me? Why does that person? I do the same amount of work." And I love this quote by Simon Sinek. He's like, because when the storm comes in, they don't panic. They deal with the problems, and I know they're reliable. So right just there, we had a major issue with our tech. You know, the computer had some issues, and we had two choices: cry about it or fix the problem. And we went in there and we fixed the problem. So a little bit about Owwll running a platform. You know how many times I could have jumped and just said, you know what, this app is not working. We should close it down. I've spent enough of my life savings. I've had enough people tell me, what are you doing, Jason? You know, when's that line in the sand that you're crossing over? You have a family, you have 2 children, and you should probably not take so much risk.
Yes.
And I said, you know something, I believe in this so much that I'm willing to keep going past that line in the sand. And I've crossed it. And the point being,
Crossing the chasm.
you know, when you believe in something so much, and also the community's backing you up, we have such an amazing tribe listening right now on all our platforms.
That's right.
You know, I just know that this is going to impact millions of people, this platform. So that's what we're all about. Today is going to be phenomenal. For the next 8 hours straight, you're going to call in, just log into the Owwll app. It's not hard to find the guy. He's at the top. We pinned him right to the top because now our platform allows that ability to put different expertises at the top. So if you see him available, call him. If you see it blinking red on a call, just wait your turn and click the notify me when available button. And you'll get a notification when he makes himself available again. And then, like we mentioned a moment ago, you will be up on this screen. We are going to record every single person. And oh, look at Jonathan. He's getting it ready.
Look at that.
We're going to record every single person. You're going to get your own customized video. And what we're asking is if we send it to you, just go ahead and post it. Share some of the knowledge that you learned from today's episode. And when you do that, if you tag Jonathan as well as Owwll on LinkedIn,
What are you going to get?
just send us an email.
What are you
Feedback
gonna
at
get?
Owwll.com, and you will get $13 because it's Friday the 13th. It's
Yes.
a special marathon day. And today only, if you
Just-
saw our newsletter, you will get a match bonus up to $100.
What?
So we're trying to break some records.
What?
Deposit bonuses today. We wanna get over $5,000 of bonuses out there, because you know what happens when you put 5,000 in, it turns into 10,000. But more importantly, it creates impact in our lives.
Yes.
When people have money in their accounts, they call others, and all new people are going to sign up today on our platform with the option to get triple, right? Because you get a sign-up bonus for Owwll. Within the first 10 days, you put in $100, you get double to make it 200. But today only you get a triple match, so you get $300. So the point being is when humans connect, things occur, collaborations occur, and the benefits that we've seen on this platform have been phenomenal.
Ooh.
And you're an example. Last time
Oh
you
my
took,
God.
you took like 35 to 40 calls, and now you've been on other. How many podcasts did people invite you on?
At least 8.
You got
At
8
least
invites to podcast shows.
And on the other side is my buddy Ishan, my business partner. And Ishan, how many hours am I working now compared to just a couple of weeks ago? I'm literally putting in 14, 16
28 hours a day.
days because of the inundation. I don't even know if it's a word, but it is now. Inundation of business that has come through as a result of doing these live streams. I have more work than I know what to do with. And Jason, let's be honest.
Yeah.
The biggest complaint that I get about people, and after today, you will not be able to have. The biggest complaint that I get from people is I can't generate what? Leads. I cannot generate leads. I can't find people that want to do business with me. I don't understand social media. And this is why Owwll is such a game changer. And Jason, I want you to reinforce this when I'm done. Owwll is a new platform. Just like Instagram, just like Clubhouse, just like TikTok. The people that take advantage in the early part of an app's journey are the ones that benefit the most, by far. So that's number one. You can be an early adopter on this platform. People talk about early adopters and they're like, oh, I'm looking for the opportunity. It's here right now. And you could get almost triple a credit, or you can get a triple of a credit if you sign up today. And in addition to that, people are always complaining, oh, well, I don't know where to go. I don't know how to start the conversation with a potential prospect or lead. This is where you do it. You set your price nice and low, and it's literally the strategy, the game-winning strategy I'm using right now. You set your price super low, and you just have conversations with people, and two things will happen. Number one, you will see if there is a fit, if it's a good opportunity to do business with them. And number two, instead of taking all of the risk and not knowing, you're going to get an opportunity to get a rundown of what their product or service is for a low cost, as opposed to investing hundreds of thousands of dollars, or worse, not taking action at all. So it is such a great lead generator. You guys have no idea. I had no idea it was going to be a great lead generator. But Jason, you want to share a little bit about that?
Yeah, I love that you point out keeping your price low. So often we have people come in here, they get to 10 calls and they get that ability to change their price and they jump it up to $20, $30. Then no calls come in and then their business suffers. Yep. Right? They don't get that opportunity to get on many other podcasts because they're not getting the incoming calls. People don't want to pay that price to network with them, and then it leads to poor results. But by keeping your price low, more opportunities blossom. And of course, you have that ability to change your price on demand. So if you're really busy that month, right, you increase it because you don't want as many calls. But the beauty about Owwll is all of a sudden, like, business gets slow, lower your price and look for more opportunities. And of course, everyone's different. Right? If you're running a business where, you have millions of messages coming in through Instagram, LinkedIn, or TikTok, and you don't, want that many calls, that's a different story, right? Yeah. You just want X amount, right? Because you have too many leads, right? A lot of people have that issue. Then you're going to raise your price. But for 99% of people that I speak to, at least, like, they have a lead problem.
Yes.
Right? They don't meet with enough people on a regular basis. Everyone kind of acts like they have full schedules, but I think you and I agree, like, that's just not the case, right? Most people, have maybe, 2 to 4 meetings per week, and they wish they had 30, 40 meetings per week.
Do we have an incoming call?
We do.
All right, let's go. We've got Joshua Lee. How you doing, buddy? Oh, you're in California. It's kind of early for you, eh?
Joshua Lee, welcome to the marathon. How are you doing today?
Yeah, no, we're super excited to have you here. So
you're the first one to call.
First call of the day. So this is important.
So everyone listening, ready for this? This is being recorded, and Josh is going to get a customized video. So you're going to be the first one. So
what?
And Josh, I met you in a LinkedIn audio room, so you're going to be a perfect first guest. So we're going to send you to your email a video probably in the next 30 minutes. Our videographer behind the scenes is going to take your clip, and he's going to make it pretty cool looking. And what we are asking you to do is go ahead and post it on social media, specifically LinkedIn. Tag Jonathan, tag us, and then we just want to see how it performs. And imagine in the next 24 hours, 50 of these videos going out.
Oh boy!
And of course, you're going to get $13 for Friday the 13th for doing this as an Owwll bonus. So just make sure, just so we know, because it's going to get a little hairy, like, tracking all this. Just send us a screenshot to feedback@owwll.com. Or send us the link to your post, of course. That'd be the easiest. Is that cool with you, Joshua? Okay.
Amazing. So
I'm done here. It's Jonathan's show today, so I'm passing the mic. I'm going to step out for a minute. It's all yours, my friend.
I got it. All right, Joshua. Great having you right now. So We are talking about marketing. We're talking about branding. We're talking about LinkedIn. So do you have any questions pertaining to any of these topics? Oh, thank you. I'm a legend. Well, I appreciate it. I've been on LinkedIn for quite a while now, but I love what I do and I love what I'm doing with Owwll. So it's just beautiful synergy. Just to share a little bit, like this has been an evolution for me. I used to be a very short form video guy, and then I became obsessed with doing insanely long form, whether it's a 25-hour live stream, a 13-hour live stream. Yeah. So, did you guys just notice that things just got a little bit darker? All right. So, thank you so much for the compliments, but I'm here to serve you, my friend. So, how can I help? Oh. You know what? And I give people brutal honesty every time that I encounter this question because I think context is very important. I got insanely lucky. And I don't think that enough creators mention this, but I started making videos in December of 2019. What happened in March of 2020? The pandemic. And all of a sudden, everybody had to go online and go digital. So I was able to capture a really beautiful time on digital, you know, where everybody was kind of forced to make videos to promote their businesses, and LinkedIn really blew up around that time. So I was able to leverage that and start building a following then. So that part is where I would compliment myself, and I think it's important to preface that. Now, what would I have done differently? I think that I would have, number one, put more of my offer out there, because I think that I cut my own legs off. I was so focused on just giving value to the audience. And I mean, at the end of the day, it's hard to say, you know, but I think really understanding what my offer was, what I'm selling, what I'm pitching, and having the courage to put it out there without the feeling like I'm coming off too salesy. Because I think that when you are really good at what you do and you always lead from the heart and lead to help, the business comes. But and also, like I said, having a great offer, you know, like really understanding what it is that you're pitching, what it is that you're selling, and the value that it can provide to somebody. Oftentimes when we have offers, they all sound the same. You know, they all sound similar. And if you're in an industry that's oversaturated, it's hard to stand out. So really pinning that offer, making it sound unique, and getting people and not being afraid to get it in front of people was probably the thing I would have changed.
Wow, that's very exciting. Thank you very much. So, that comes down to when it comes to brand.
Yes. Of course. Of course. So let's get more specific with it, right? Because branding, it can depend if it's like corporate branding, like I'm the CEO of Coca-Cola, and then you have personal branding, and it's easy to get the two, like kind of like put the two together. So what would you say that right now, where you are in your career, you know, you're more focused on the personal branding side or the more like corporate branding side? Corporate branding, right? So a lot of it is, and people don't realize this, you know, the color scheme that we use, the color scheme that we use, the way that our brand makes people feel is so important, because we know that most people, and there's like a statistic, it's 80-something% of people will make purchasing decisions based off how they feel, right? So, and there's also that quote that people won't remember what you say, what you do, but they will remember how you made them feel, right? So, for example, we'll use Apple, because Apple is such an iconic brand. Why do I buy a Macintosh computer? Why do I buy a Mac? Is it because of the internal operating system or the speed? Or is it because of the ease of use? It's very easy to use. It's sleek. It looks clean. When I go to Starbucks and I open up my Macintosh computer, it says something about the person that I am. I have a certain level of sophistication. I have a certain amount of money. At least that's the perception of it, because I own a Mac and it's a high level product. So when we're talking about, let's say, your corporate brand, right? What are the words associated with the brand that you represent? So I'll throw that question in your direction. What's the word association? Like we were saying with Mac, it's ease of use, very user friendly, very sleek. It's a status symbol, right? So what does your brand say? What are the words?
Oh man, great question. I would hope that
Fun, hip, and cool. And what is it about your product or service that personifies that? How do you deliver the fun, hip, and cool? Good, good. And you know what the nice thing is? There's no wrong answers, my friend. There's no wrong answers. This isn't algebra, you know? So it's about us working through this and arriving. So yeah, like what is it about your brand that represents that fun, hip, cool? Even if you're in the ideation stage, even if you're not there yet, how would you like it to look? You know, what would it be? Right. Right. It's okay. Take your time. Like I said, there's no wrong answers. Right. It does. It does. And I mean, like happiness, when we look at some of, again, the most iconic brands, Coca-Cola, open happiness, you know, they are not selling a carbonated caramel beverage. They're selling happiness, right? And sometimes, and even with my videos, when people would talk about, oh, you know, you make these LinkedIn videos, I would correct them. I'm like, I don't make videos. I make cinematic experiences, right? A lot of it is in the words that we use. I sell an experience. I don't sell a video because experiences is something that we want as humans, right? So the language that we use is so important. And when you watch one of the videos, you feel like you're experiencing something, right? So I think this really speaks to, you know, passion and energy. And again, you know, marketing, this is what I tell, you know, my clients and friends and people that ask me digital marketing questions. When I work with a client, all I do is I'm not reinventing the wheel. I'm taking their words. I just move them around a little bit. Or maybe I'll use an alternative word to the word that they were going to use. And are we up?
Yeah.
Was that it? All right. Well, I hope that we get another. And for all of those of you probably see it in the links. Go ahead, download Owwll app. Go for it, my friends. And we will continue to rock and roll over here. Let's keep the machine rolling. So, as I said, feel free and set up timer on, call in. I'm looking forward to it. And we'll keep on keeping on with the show. So, getting more into branding. There are so many iconic brands, and I talk about this kind of stuff all the time. Like what makes, you know, you've got your branding and then you've got your personal branding. What is the differentiation? Because I don't think that we got into that enough, right? So when it comes to personal branding, a lot of people have mentioned that it's reputation. When you think about personal branding, another way of saying it is your reputation. So what is it that you're putting out there? An activity that all of you can do now is what's the word association? What are the 5 words that people associate with your brand or you want them to associate with your brand? Super, super important. So try that and then ask yourself, when you're filming a video or creating a post for social media, are these words coming through? Are people, is everything in alignment? Because if it's not, then there's going to be a disconnect, and then people aren't going to resonate with your brand maybe the way that you want them to, right? So I think that that's super, super important. You know, when I started to scale my business and I started to consider, you know, what do I want this company to be about? You know, I kind of wanted to be like a PT Barnum. You know, that was kind of the association that I created. I've always been fascinated by the circus, and I've always been a little bit of an outsider. You know, I've always been a little bit of a black sheep. So this idea that I could create a circus, but a digital circus, and have all of my clients be these interesting characters, you know, these anomalies, these these change makers that are all in interesting industries. For me, that was super, super exciting, and I love the idea of being able to create something like that. So, you know, try to identify what do you want this to be about, because if you don't have crystal clear alignment with what you want your personal brand to be about, if you don't have crystal clear an idea of what you want your general branding to be about, then how is it going to resonate with people? Do you think that if you just keep putting out value, but people don't know what what the business is about, if they don't understand what the mission and the vision is, and we get tired of those types of terms too, right? Like, what's a mission and what's a vision? You know, it's basically just creating that path for people to clearly see what you are all about and what this is all about. So I think that's super, super important that you get crystal clear alignment with. So we are keeping it going, and I'm looking forward to you guys calling any moment now. Any moment. Hit us with some calls over at Owl, and I will answer your personal branding questions, your marketing questions. You get a $13 credit if you call in and share it on LinkedIn. So definitely do that, guys. And again, for those new signups, which most of you here probably will be, you get a $300 credit. We match it. So for every $100 that you put in, which again, for the amount of value, I mean, think about it. If all of these calls are $1 each, how much value can you get out of this? So much. So to continue things moving forward, we're doing this live stream till 6:13 tonight. And to clarify, I know it's Friday the 13th, but it is a very lucky day for all of you to be getting marketing advice exclusively through the Owl app. We're going to keep it going. So, why don't we talk about a little bit about LinkedIn marketing? And I know that people are trying to understand, like, how do I figure out LinkedIn? How do I make my content go viral? What is the key to this? And what I've found that one of the biggest keys to this is, I know it's kind of cheesy. Everybody says the same thing, but I want to expand on it a little bit, articulate a little bit further, and share with you guys what my findings are. To create a little bit of context, my content was generating 100,000 to 150,000 views at my peak each video, and I would only post about once every 2 weeks or once a week. And a lot of people ask, how, like this seems to go against everything that I believe in. Wait a second, do we have Danielle here?
Yeah.
Danielle, what are you
Hey.
doing, girl? How you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm about to head into the office soon, but I wanted to call on my drive to work because that's what Owl is for, right? Like, I'm just driving, I have nothing going on. So I figured, I have an album about to come out. I might as well call you to get some marketing advice
I
and
love
do
it.
something productive on my drive.
I love it. Okay, so
Yeah. So
you're going to be releasing an album. That's super exciting. Okay, so tell me about it. Where can I assist you in your process, your journey?
yeah, so pretty much I'm starting a new brand. So my spiritual alter ego, her name is Ellie Santra, and you guys will probably be hearing that a lot more now. Danielle turned to Ellie. So Ellie Santra brand is, I'm a meditation teacher. I have an album coming out of musical meditations. I also teach voice lessons, singing lessons. As you guys know, I'm a singer, and I incorporate meditation techniques into my lessons. So, in terms of creating this new brand, and creating this new page, this new persona on LinkedIn, I was listening. I did hear you talking about the 5 words that describe your brand, which I think is super helpful.
Right.
But what advice do you have for someone like me that I want to get a following? I want people to listen to my songs, which are musical mantras, basically meant to meditate to, relax to. So what advice would you have for someone starting?
Oh my God,
a fresh
Danielle,
brand?
Danielle, I could do so much to mold you like a piece of clay into a beautiful piece of art, like my profile photo. So let's start with the elephant in the room, which is because I think that this is a very important distinction. It's one that I've played with the idea of. So I'll give you an example. And Elisandra saw it in real life yesterday. Elisandra, what happened when we went to what happened when we went to a bar last night? What happened?
What happened?
The last bar,
You
yeah.
got recognized.
I got
actually.
recognized.
So, guys, Jonathan is actually, I didn't realize like he's my friend, but I didn't realize that he's low key famous. Like I knew, and I saw that and I was like, wait, I want to get real fans who would actually recognize me. Maybe I should, I've always been an Instagram gal, but I think LinkedIn is now sort of where I want to go with my business. So I see Jonathan's success. I see him getting recognized at random restaurants in a city that he doesn't even live in, which is pretty incredible. So yeah, I gotta take advantage of this.
The reason why I share it though is here was an individual that has been following me basically since the beginning of the journey. Number one, I didn't recognize her by her name. So it is a little bit interesting when somebody knows so much about you, but you don't really know a lot about them. So that's the one thing that's kind of cool. But the second part is she called me Jonathan. And I want to explain that. How do you like my friends call me John, right? And I thought it was really important.
Right.
I wanted to create kind of like a separation of the social media individual and like my real life. And mine was very, very subtle. It's like if somebody calls me John, I know that they're a friend. If somebody calls me Jonathan, I know that they know me from social media, right? What you are doing is you're creating the character, the social media personality, and then kind of keeping your personal life separate. Was that why you decided to kind of like create that alter ego?
I think that was one of the reasons, but to be honest, the main reason was because under Danielle, a couple things. Danielle Santilli, it's my regular name. I think people sometimes have trouble pronouncing it, first of all, which I think if you want to be known, like you should have a name that people aren't confused. Like they're like, oh, is that Italian? Like I wanted something that, people could easily pronounce. It was easy. Also, under Danielle, I do a lot of indie pop music, and I've been doing that for a while. And in terms of like in the music world, this new music that I'm releasing is so different than that other music. It's like a totally different genre. And when Spotify's algorithm looks at the two types of music, like it's all about the sort of the algorithm of Spotify. I'm not going to put two completely different types of music under one name.
Right.
So I wanted to really separate that vibe so that Spotify would go, oh, your music sounds like this. These are the kinds of people that listen to that kind of music. Oh, that it compares, it brings artists that are similar to you. So I didn't want to confuse the algorithm with the two totally different genres of music. But
very fair.
I've sort of like been enjoying growing into this character as well. If you want to call it a character, I think it is just another facet of my personality,
Right.
But,
it's like the way that I say it to people is like
so
you're just turning the dial up. it's not that you're playing a character, it's just
Yeah.
you're turning the dial up. We're not actors and actresses here, you know? This is us,
Right.
it's our
Right.
life work,
Yeah.
you know? So it's just turning the dial up. A couple of things. Did you and again, this is a big marketing thing, and you mentioned it. I just want to go a little bit further for the audience. Um, how many syllables does Danielle Santilli have? Danielle Santilli. 5, right? Ellie
5.
Santra,
Yeah.
4. You know, when it comes to, do you think that it's a coincidence that Tom Cruise, Tom Green, Brad Pitt, do you think that those names are
Mm.
done unintentionally? Like Tom Cruise is not his real name, but he purposely picked a name
Right.
that had the fewest amount of syllables, especially for an international market, easy to pronounce.
Mm.
Arnold Schwarzenegger felt like it was nightmarish. They wanted to call him Arnold, I believe it was Arnold Action or Jack Action was going to be his name because they wanted his name to have the fewest syllables possible. And they thought that from a marketing standpoint, having his real name be Arnold Schwarzenegger on a movie poster was going to ruin his career. It was in the name.
Mm.
So also it's really important to limit the amount of syllables when you're considering a company name, a brand, or even your alter
Mm.
ego. So I don't know how intentional it was, but knowing you, Danielle, I wouldn't be surprised if you did consider these things. And it's
Mhm.
just it's a marketing thing. So yeah, brilliant, and I really like
Mhm.
the name. Now let's go back to how are we marketing this? So it's something that I talk about a lot, but right now when it comes to when it comes to the music industry, when it comes to Spotify, Danielle, Ellie, 1 out of 10,
Mhm.
how competitive is the music industry? 1 out of 10.
I would say 10.
I would say 100. I would say that
Yeah. Yeah.
because of the barrier of entry is so low right now, where anybody with a
Yeah.
phone can put music on
Without a
Spotify.
anyone without a label is it's a lot harder unless you have investors putting millions of dollars into your marketing.
Right.
It's not to cut you off, but it's so hard, which is actually also part of the reason why, like, I decided I'm going to actually put more effort into this niche music, rather than being a pop star, which everybody like there are hundreds and or, no millions of people trying to do the pop route, which is why I decided to actually go a little more niche as well.
Right, right. Yeah, and so when we consider how competitive the market is, we need to really
Mhm.
focus on, and this is something that I'd love to talk to you about right now, is market differentiation, right? Like, what are you
Mm.
going to do to stand out from the pack? Because there are some outliers who, despite living in this time, have been able to basically, what's the word that I'm looking for? They've transcended the market challenges.
Mm.
So, for example, there's a
Mhm.
country music singer. I think he has like the number one hit, and he's kind of like just a blue collar guy. He refuses
Mhm.
to sign to a record label. I'm not sure if you're familiar with him, Danielle, but he has the
I
number
don't
one
know.
hit. And he doesn't have a record label. He doesn't have anything, and he's a blue collar guy, and he refuses to sign with a music label. He's like, I'm just doing this for
Mm.
fun, and I can't believe I'm number one on any list. But he is, and a
Mm.
lot of it is because we're living in a time right now where everything is so manufactured and manicured, and there's millions upon billions of dollars poured into certain individuals. But what the world is dying for right now is authentic stories. They're dying for the grassroots. They're dying for something that is real. That's why when
Mhm.
we share vulnerably on social media, it works so well because people are dying for something a little bit more real in our society today. With the media, it
Mm.
constantly pushing its messages. It's like, where are the real people? Because everything just kind of feels like AI,
Even
right?
with his story, it's funny you say that because already my cynical being in the music industry for over 20 years brain goes, I bet that that's not even true. I bet because a lot of times, like now, like even being in Nashville, I was like, wait, how did this person get big? Like I find out, like, oh, yeah, even though he's not with a label, like he actually like made this story up and like he actually put millions like he had like a secret
Oh
investor
my
that people
god.
don't know about.
You
And
know what's so funny
even
about
though
that?
like he's not with a label, like his brand is a blue collar guy, but really like he has like a billionaire father. Like I find these little secrets out behind the scenes. Like even for Taylor Swift, like she is, I mean, she's a mystery, but so I've heard from people in Nashville that knew her when I was there, is like, oh, this woman named Liz Rose was really the one who wrote her albums at the beginning. Like, she wasn't a 15-year-old genius, so it's just interesting.
We
But
see a lot of
anyway,
that in
I'll let you.
we see a lot of that in tech, when you look at like
Yeah.
Theranos, FTX, SBF. There's so many stories like that because we all want to recreate and relive the Jackson 5 and the
Yeah.
Steve Jobs, those types of innovators that come once in a lifetime, but the
Yeah.
media loves creating that story. And I think it's very valid. I remember
Yeah.
when I first started working for Shea Rowbottom and I got into digital marketing, I was convinced she was in the Illuminati. I was like, there is no way that this girl put out a video on social media and got millions of hits and thousands upon thousands, hundreds of thousands of followers just by putting an effort. And what I will say about that is I've met enough people to know that it's something in the middle. There are definitely a ton of people that, but like a great example of it is, I don't remember what her name is, but she was on the X Factor. Susan Boyle, is that her name? Is that Susan Boyle? She was not a particularly attractive woman, but she was in the right vehicle at the right time and blew up, right? And I think that a lot of it was, just divine timing. She was just in the right place at the right time, and I feel like she was legit, But going back to what you're saying about this, it's like I do have the same pessimism at times, or like the same kind of like wondering,
Like, I want to
cynical,
figure out, like, how did this person really do
right.
behind
But
the
I
scenes?
think that
BTS.
yes, I think that a big element of it, like if you don't have the millions of dollars to invest in yourself and create that kind of transformation, I think it comes down to what can we lean into that can really make us different, make us stand out, uh what's his name, 369, like Takashi 369. It's like I feel like that guy, even though maybe he's an industry plant and maybe he got a lot of help, he had such a unique look that it's like it was so colorful. It's like you couldn't help but draw your eyes to it. And the music could be complete trash, but he just stood out so much and he was so polarizing. So number one, you got to stand for something. You got to be polarizing for better or for worse. I find that even the most polarizing people that are negative, they still find an audience because people feel something when they create something. So I think, like, number one, you need to be more polarizing, right? You need to command attention, and you do, Danielle. I've seen you enough times to know that you know how to get people's attention. But I think, like, from a visual perspective, I think that you could do things or wear things like we've talked about in the past. What is your brand silhouette? What makes you stand out visually? That's number one. But also your product or offer needs to be unique as well. So like, talk me through that. So you do music and meditation, right? And you do go deeper into that.
Yeah. So a couple things. So there are like a lot of people that are singing teachers out there, right? They're like, I sing forever. I can teach you how to hit high notes and low notes and, just become a better singer, expand your range, all those things. But there aren't a ton of them who also have been meditating for 8 years and use meditation techniques to also basically help guide their students to kind of basically intertwine with the music element of the teaching. So I sort of like use both. It's like you're getting 2 in 1 essentially. You're getting like people that have stage fright. Like I'm not going to tell them like picture the audience in their underwear. I'm actually going to give them legitimate tools for performance anxiety that I've studied for years that actually help, you know what I mean? That have been scientifically proven to help performance anxiety.
Right.
Not just like a bullshit answer, which, I've gotten from a lot of people. And I think for me too, like I have been singing for over 20 years. And, I decided to become a teacher because I had so many bad teachers and I had to go through so many to learn, oh, this is actually the correct way to do things. And same with the meditation stuff. Like I've actually suffered extreme anxiety and depression. So I think having someone teach you who's like had all the experiences that you might be going through and have learned more is also,
So
a
this is my
helpful
so this is
tool to
my
set me
analysis
apart.
on everything that you shared, and it's broken down into three
Yeah.
categories. So the first thing, combine two things that typically don't go together. You've already nailed that. So
Yeah.
first thing is
Yeah.
combine two things that are typically not associated with one another, which is music and meditation, but live
Yeah.
music and meditation. Those two things are typically
Mhm.
not associated. You either have a soundtrack or it's silent, it's quiet, and somebody's walking you
Yeah.
through the meditation, right? So you're combining
Right.
two things that typically don't go together. And this applies to anybody that's watching right now. If you want to create a great offer, I'm giving you the framework right now. Combine two things that typically don't go together. And then after you do that, the next step is identify a very specific person that you're trying to speak to. So when I say that, it's
Mhm.
like, and thank you. So we're speaking to somebody very specific. Now, who would that be? What would that person be? So for me, if I were you, and I wanted to capture attention, maybe I would focus on, you're probably not going to like my idea. I'm telling you right now. But what I would do is
Okay.
kids. The biggest market that is untapped is kids. When you look at
Actually, I was going to, I don't not like your idea because I was going to say, like, I actually have a lot of students right now that are high school kids or even a little bit younger. And, I was thinking, well, there aren't kids on LinkedIn, but there are parents of kids on LinkedIn
oh yeah,
who
oh
are
yeah,
looking for,
and
what
they
I
would be
mean?
watching it
Because
with
I
them.
had that thought. Kids is a great market, but I also think for me, because I already have clients, right? Not
Right.
to interrupt you, but I look at who my current clients are, and I have kids as clients, but I also have a lot of maybe women, to be honest, like myself, or maybe probably a little older, who like me, like love to shop at Whole Foods and love to do
Right.
yoga and are like, ooh, I want to express my voice more authentically. I've always like the person that's not necessarily trying to be a professional singer and audition for things, but that have always thought music was awesome and, just like the idea of being able to be more confident within themselves,
Right. Right. Right.
um, learn a new skill, and have someone that they're comfortable around to express themselves. And a lot of times in these sessions, like it's not just about the singing, like it's emotional. People will cry, they get uncomfortable with their bodies, so it's my job to make them as comfortable as possible and so that
Right.
they can actually learn to be comfortable in their own skin.
Right. 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 So
I mean, you
yeah.
saw me yesterday giving a
Yes.
lesson. You kind of
Yeah.
heard,
Yeah. Yeah.
right?
Yeah. So I feel like what I was gonna say is I would go way younger. I would want to be because I'm a big believer in chapter one. Like if you have an offer
Mhm.
that's not selling currently or it's not selling the way that you want it to, just focus on being the introduction or the entry point for somebody that's considering the vehicle that you serve in, right? So be the
Mhm.
chapter one, getting kids comfortable or familiar with, and I'm talking about like 6 to 10, 6 to 12. Get kids
Mhm.
comfortable with that because one thing that kids have more than anything else is they are by far the generation that is the most tied to their devices. So you start them early, very similar to McDonald's and
Mhm.
Pixar, right? So you get them in early and you
Mhm.
share something, you become the entry point for kids to listen to meditations and music, and it becomes a habit and it can become a lifelong habit, just like eating Happy Meals turns into an adult that
It's
has a lot
actually
of
the fact
nostalgia.
that you said that. I just sorry to interrupt you again, but I just tied something together. My friend actually yesterday, so she's a teacher, but she teaches privately,
Right.
and she sent me a video of one of her students in the car who requested to listen to these musical mantras because these parents are very woke and they're conscious and they don't they don't let their kids listen yet because they're so young. They're like 5 and 6 to like mainstream music. They don't really let them watch TV. So these kids actually, she sent me that they were like, they love Ellie Santra. Can we listen to Ellie Santra? And the one kid was screaming, she said, and she put him in the car and he fell asleep when he listened
Oh
to the
my
music.
God, how cute.
So
Yeah.
that actually like you just reminded me, oh yeah, that's actually starting to
I
happen.
would
Right?
literally call them like L lullabies or Ellie lullabies or something like that. And I would lean so far into getting the youngest kids possible, because again, you get that lifelong fan, but also the parents watch by default whatever the kids are watching.
Yeah.
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 So
Yeah.
like I hope that's helpful for you. And in addition to that, and
That is helpful.
I just want to
Yeah.
like kind of like wrap things up and touch on a couple of other quick points. Is number one, combine two things that don't commonly go together, which you've identified. Go in very specific to a specific individual. I think kids, for most people that are selling services similar to this, that is the market that you want to dive into the most because they are the ones that have the most time, and the byproduct is the parents become invested in it, especially if it's like, because like when we look at Cocomelon or Mr. Bumby or whatever vehicle it is, like those individuals are driving so much attention, and it's because they didn't have an ego about reaching the executive or the professional that oftentimes doesn't have the time to get introduced to this. So really tackle that market, go all in on that if I were you. And then like the final element, because I said there was three, is identifying like what is the biggest pain point for the people that would benefit the most from this. So it has a lot of therapeutic qualities. So sell the benefit of the benefit. And what do I mean by that? Always sell the benefit of the benefit. So the benefit of Ali Santra's music and meditation is I will feel better. I will feel more at peace. I will feel more like less stressed, we'll call it, right?
Also, so a lot of the albums as well. So I'm hoping to release more. A lot of them have themes.
Okay.
So like this first album, the theme is based around self-compassion. So like it's their mantras. So people that have heard of transcendental meditation, it's a mantra practice where it's a repeated phrase over and over again, to sort of get that subconscious, that belief into your subconscious. So the messages on this album in particular relate to self-compassion and self-acceptance. So that right there like is sort of,
Beautiful.
I
And this
think,
is, I
the
love that.
direct.
I love it and I hate it, and I'm going to
Yeah,
tell you
and then
why.
I know it's not up your alley, but like then I'm probably going to do another album that's, people are super into like the new moon and astrology and, oh, I have to charge my crystals on this new moon. So I was thinking of doing the next album to be mantras, like literally for that.
So
For
let's
like
just like let's
the new
park.
moon.
Right. Let's park, and this is why I say I love it and I hate it. Okay, so let's park at, let's say that your word for the album is self-compassion, right? I love
Yeah.
I love the idea of
It's
self-compassion.
called acceptance, by the way.
Acceptance. So you have
The
like
album is called Acceptance.
beautiful. So you
So
have
it's about
acceptance, right?
self-acceptance. Yeah.
Self-acceptance and compassion, right? So this is where I see so many clients
Yeah.
struggle. So acceptance and self-compassion, I consider those to be airy words. And what do I mean by that? To
Mm-hmm.
the biggest possible audience, what does compassion actually look like? Because when people say compassion, it doesn't, it's not, it's like it doesn't have the concrete surrounding it to ground it into reality. So people need everything chewed for them and then just fed to them. So when you say self-compassion, what does that actually look like tangibly? When somebody has self-compassion for themselves, what does that actually look like? How does it show up in our daily
Give
lives?
you a visual of like a physical visual,
Like
sort of.
when somebody when
How does
somebody practices self-compassion and they embody the self-compassion, how does it show up in their life?
Yeah. So in my mind, it's like, you know, taking the time for yourself, not being someone who's always putting others above yourself, but actually you see someone who's investing into themselves, right? That's one thing. Also, someone that's like just, you know, not necessarily like we have the voice in our head, right? That's always like the critical, you can't do this, you can't do that. I guess someone that just is unapologetically confident, unapologetically
Boom.
themselves,
Okay, right there.
when they,
Right there. Do you
yeah,
see what you said? And did you? Okay, so beautiful example, perfect example. And I'm going to explain exactly. When I told you explain self compassion, did it roll off the tip of your tongue
yeah.
within 5 seconds? No. I love
No,
you, Danielle.
no,
Though I love you, and
no.
this is the point, and this is why
Yeah.
so many people's
Uh-huh.
marketing fails, because if you cannot in 5 seconds explain it, imagine how your audience is consuming it. They
True.
definitely
Well,
don't
I
get
guess,
it, right?
see, when I think of self-compassion, because I've studied meditation, it's like one of the big things, which not a lot of people know. Like, my immediate head goes to someone that puts their hands over their heart and is basically self-soothing themselves. So when you put your hand on your heart or your cheek or your arm, it actually releases oxytocin into the body as like a soothing hormone. So that's what I think of. Like, I think of someone that's immediately like self-soothing, right?
Self-soothing.
They don't need
Yeah. So
they don't need to call their therapist. Like, they're like, oh, I got this.
and it's okay. I'm getting cut. I'm getting cut, Danielle. But the point
Okay,
that I was
gotta
trying to share
go.
with you is the just like, and again, this is going to make the differences. And I'm gonna take you all the way to the end with this. Is
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
yeah, take me to the end. What's the thought?
Yeah, so just to kind of like wrap it all
No,
up,
no, no, go for it.
instead of using the word acceptance and self-compassion, it's like you want to use the language like finally put yourself first. And there was a couple of other words that kind of inspired me beyond the interruption, but finally put yourself first. Avoid calling a bunch of therapists. Stop spending thousands of
Yeah.
hours on therapy sessions. Just do my thing instead. Because what you're doing is now you're explaining to the audience, okay, instead of doing this, do that. And by doing my option, it's going to save you time, money, and effort, right? Because at the end of the day, that's all it is, right? And that is why we will lean on that. So instead of saying the title can be acceptance, but you have to be able to articulate what that acceptance actually means.
No, that's a really good point. And that's my goal as a teacher is I don't want people to, I actually want them to be self-reliant. I don't want them to be reliant on me. I want to teach them these skills so then they can go out and use them and teach them to other people.
Right.
Like,
right.
I actually don't want to keep the same client forever. That is not my goal. I don't want to have repeat clients. I want to have just like new clients, Does that make sense? Because I want them to be self-sufficient at the end of the day.
It does.
So,
well, there you go.
yeah.
So Danielle, thank you for the questions, and we'll move on.
Thank you. Sorry for taking up all the time.
Oh, please. You did
you're
great.
Just such a good marketing
Thank you.
person that I'll let some other people call in.
Let's get them. Thank you, Danielle. Appreciate it. Elisandra, you kill a girl. All right. Let's give our girl some 5 stars. All right, guys. Let's get some. We are back live. And I would love for you guys to reach out to me on the Owwll app and call. Let's talk. Let's talk marketing. As you guys can see, you're already getting so much value. We're going to check the comment section, see what's coming through. So feel free, drop your questions. Join us on Owwll. And let's hear what you have to say. So, there we got Brian. We got Brian calling in. And hello, my friend. How you doing, Brian? Great having you on right now. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Jonathan?
I am doing fantastic. We're doing another crazy live stream.
I saw that. You guys are crazy.
Oh, well, you know what? It's a specialty of ours. So I'm excited to be talking to you. So I hope you bring in some marketing, branding questions, some questions for me personally. If you want to talk about my love life, I could do that too. What kind of questions do you got for us? Brian, hit me with them, buddy.
All right. So one of my questions was about marketing and or
Beautiful.
sales, I guess, too, if you
I
wanted to.
love
But
sales. Sales is an
if
essential
you
part
were
of business.
trying to sell or market a coaching course, for example, on LinkedIn, how would you market that, and how would you quote target or reach a target market on LinkedIn?
Beautiful. Great question. The first thing that I would do is I think it doesn't really matter what you're selling. I want to get into that in a couple of minutes, but the first thing that I would do is I would make, and again, myself and Shay, we sold over 4 million's worth of digital courses online and through LinkedIn. We have a lot of experience with it, and I think this could be super helpful and valuable to all of you. So, number one, what I would do is I would make the first module so good. Like when I talk about so good, it's like if it is not something that makes somebody say, oh my God, if I got so much value out of this first module, I cannot imagine what the rest of the program is. If they are not saying that, you do not have a good enough product. And I think that where a lot of creators go wrong is they put so much emphasis on the marketing and they abuse the product because their focus is so much on the marketing and the sales side that the product on its own can't stand. So then they're constantly looking for new leads. You need to have, and I've learned this because I've been burned, I've suffered, I've been in pain. I have learned that if the product is not exceptional, and when I say exceptional, I mean exceptional. If the product is not exceptional, you are always going to be chasing the new lead. So I would say you make that first module so life changing, so transformational, so good that people can't wait to see the rest of it. What you do is then you give that module for free. You give that first module away for free. And why do we do that? There's a lot of people that fear giving their best stuff away, but working as a digital coach to millionaire clients, multimillionaire clients, what I've learned is people consume courses and they do all of this. But really, like at the end of the day, when it comes to coaching and selling an educational product, people pay the big bucks for two things: customization and implementation. So my hope is that if you're selling a digital product, there is some degree of coaching or personal touch that happens at some point, because where people drop off, because if you look at the statistics around courses and the market is evolving as a byproduct of this, most people, and I'm talking about like 80-90% of people, will never finish the course. And now the market is catching up to that reality. In the pandemic, a lot of people were buying courses, right? It's when we hit our riches. But now that everybody's kind of bought a course here and there at some point because of diffusion of innovation, it's been on the market long enough where we're starting to see, like the late majority and the laggards tapping into it, right? Um, they realize and they've become desensitized to digital courses. So what I have seen is if you can customize it for them and if you can help them implement it in a practical way through some degree of coaching, that is the game changer. And that also protects you, because if you give your best stuff away in the first module, they still will not do all of the things that you tell them to do. So when you can customize it and implement it, whether it's a once a week coaching call, maybe an introduction call, an onboarding call, and then maybe a check-in in the middle and the end, that is where the transformation is happening in 2023. So is that helpful? Am I kind of like touching on something here? I'd love for you to elaborate if that's helpful in any way.
Yeah, I would say you definitely nailed it on that, because that's one of the things I've also noticed in the courses I've bought, as well as the courses I've created. People are really, quote, hungry for somebody to tell them the how to and not what to do. And I think that you nailed it there with the implementation. The other thing you mentioned was getting burned on courses. The one thing that always irks me when someone sells a quote masterclass or whatever, they want to call it, that makes you think you're going to get the top notch, best thing there is. And then it's like 15 minutes of value and 45 minutes of selling or pitching something else. And it's like, man, come on, where's the value? I feel like I just got
I
sold something
love that you said that. Okay,
that
so
drives me nuts.
can I explain, unless you already know this, but can I explain the psychology of that for a moment? There's a
Yeah,
reason
go
why
for
they
it.
do that. So let me just pull it up really quickly. Just give me a quick second. All right, so hopefully you guys can see it on the screen behind me. And what I'm pulling up is the prospect awareness pyramid. For those of you that aren't in marketing, you may not be super familiar with this, but I'm going to pull it up. So if you see it on my screen right now, I hope you can. It's kind of like a pyramid, right? Well, it's not kind of like a pyramid; it is a pyramid. So what we have in front of you, Brian, if you're not watching currently, is something
Yep.
called the prospect awareness pyramid. Now, what is this, and why do we use it? Most people, the biggest market are the people that don't even realize that they have a problem, right? So what
Yep.
I'm going to do is I'll explain it with chiropractic. I'm going to explain it with back pain, right? So let's say that, you sleep funny one day or you've had this lingering sensation in your back. Most people don't even realize what the problem is, right? So at the very bottom of the pyramid, they identify I have a pain, but I don't even know what it is. I don't know what the problem is. So those are the people that I would call the completely unaware. They are the biggest market. So what is it? What's the course that you sell currently? The signature course, we'll call it.
Well, I have several courses, but let's just say it's on the next step mindset.
Next step mindset, right? So for most people, they don't even realize they have a problem with their mindset. So the
Yep.
first step is, and that's where the biggest market is helping them identify that they have a problem with their mindset, right? So that's step one. Now, and I'm just going to make it leaning towards yours because then it's going to be more relevant to you. You'll get more value out of it. So this
Yep.
first step is identifying I have a problem, which is my mindset. You have to somehow inform them or introduce the idea that they have a problem with their mindset. Because what I typically explain to clients is, and you can see it on screen, but maybe not like on phone, but your knowledge base is super high. It's way up here. And people's knowledge base before they start looking into this is very, very low, right? So your job is
Yep.
to create the ladder to explain to them what this is and why they should take this journey and how to do it and why to do it, right? So very
Yep.
first step is they don't even realize they have a problem. Now, the next step is, okay, I watched some of Brian's videos, I read some of his posts, I identify that maybe I have a problem with my mindset. So the next one is they become problem aware. I have a problem with my mindset. So when you're watching what we call video sales letters, which is probably what you're referencing, the masterclass or webinar, it's like a video sales letter, right? I have a problem. I'm aware that now I have a problem with my mindset. The next step after that is what we call solution aware. Okay, there are a lot of courses. You know what? I watched Brian's masterclass and I realized, okay, there's a lot of different mindset solutions on the market. Which one do I pick? Oh, okay. So Brian's offer does X, Y, and Z, and it creates this dream outcome. All right. So now I am the next step, which is product aware. Now I'm aware that Brian sells this offer and it has this delivery. And then what you have is the top level, which is most aware or completely aware, which is a paying client. So typically, for the biggest market, the biggest available market, people don't even recognize they have a problem. So when you're watching a lot of those master classes, what they're actually doing is they're explaining to you, you have a problem. This is what the problem is. These are the different solutions on the market. This is what makes my solution unique, and this is why you should buy it. So that's why you may feel a little bit misled. It's because your knowledge base is much higher than most. So you already know the problem, the potential solutions, what have you. Now it's just a matter of why should I pick yours? And then the implementation is what people pay for, right? Okay, this course is going to deliver this dream outcome. And that is what people pay for. But do I agree with you as a marketer? When I watch a masterclass, it's like a producer watching a movie and knowing all of the intricacies and the inner workings of the thing, and I see the psychology behind it, right? So that explains that. But going back to what you were talking about, please keep going because I kind of cut you off, but I wanted to add the value to that. So
Did you want to extend the call real quick?
yeah, I just hit you with it, buddy. Yeah, of course. Please keep going.
So I get what you're saying, and I understand the psychology side of it. And I guess when somebody pitches or is advertising it as a masterclass, you're going to learn everything you need to know. And then they literally give you like 2 of 7 points, and then they sell you the other 4 in another subsequent class or course. To me, that's false advertising.
You know what? It definitely can be if they, and this is what I call, there's a difference between clickbait and healthy clickbait. I do
Correct.
healthy
Yeah, I
clickbait.
agree.
Healthy clickbait is when you deliver on the promise that you made at the beginning. If your advertising says, I am going to generate leads for your business through this masterclass, and you do not teach them the way to deliver leads in the masterclass, that is just brutal clickbait. Healthy clickbait is, I have 3 tips that I could share with you to start your journey. You actually share the 3 tips, but hey, there's 10 that you need. Well, I told you I'd share 3 with you, and I delivered the promise, but you do need the other 7 to really make this successful. I'll give you
Yeah,
enough
that's
to get
totally
started.
different.
I'll give you enough to get
Yep.
started, but we only have an hour here, and that's a way of still feeling genuine with it without abusing your
Yeah, yeah,
audience,
absolutely.
right? So that's how I would approach it.
No, I get that. And I agree with you. And that's the difference, because I've been to a lot of even high end, coaching and master classes and different things. And it was, to me, it was a total clickbait thing. They want you to go in, and they'll even have you pay for it. In some cases, I even paid like $1,000 for this, 1 hour master class. And then, they delivered 2 of the 10 points they had promised in their, sales page,
Oh boy.
their landing page, whatever. And, then they were trying to sell something else. Now it's 25 grand to get the other 10 points. It's like, wait a minute. You didn't
Right.
deliver on this one. I'm sure as heck not paying you more to get screwed again.
Exactly. And that's where it becomes unfair to the individual, right? So yeah,
Yeah,
I think that, fair. It's definitely fair. So if we could carry on a little bit longer, what are some of the
sure.
ways that maybe I could help you sell those digital courses?
Well, that's a great question, because to me, the biggest challenge for me is actually time to do everything I have and want to do. Because obviously we're all limited by 24 hours a day, and, you know, however many minutes, 1,440 minutes or whatever it is, etc. But I do think that every second counts. And when we focus on something, I was actually coaching someone last night about this, how, she's just running really, behind the scenes, frustrated, can't really seem to focus and get anything done. It's just constantly struggling to get all these things, just like too many plates in the air, so to speak.
Right.
And so I was explaining, if you literally segment your day, if you're doing an 8 hour day segment, I'm going to focus on this for 1 hour. I'm going to focus on this for 1 hour. I'm going to take a 5 minute break. I'm going to focus on this for 55 minutes. And now you literally can get about 10 times done what you would do in all day on nothing, so to speak, because you're just constantly mind boggled by all the frustration of too much to do and no step by step guidance.
Right. 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 Right.
So I
Yeah.
agree with you. And that's where, yes, we can, focus and be more efficient with our time. And every second does count, especially if you're in a race. If you're a second behind the other guy, you're not going to be in first place. So I understand the value of that. And I think that the biggest key, to get even more of my courses from my head onto paper, so to speak, or, into reality, is to simply, focus on and be more efficient with my time. Even though I run multiple businesses, it's hard to do any more than I do in a day, in a sense. But on the other hand, I'm sure there is wasted moments here and there that I can, do something to start, jotting down outlines or putting everything on paper, so to speak.
Now I'm very new to my entrepreneurial journey. Like, I've only been in business for 9 months. But
Okay.
so who am I to give this kind of advice? But it's what's worked for me. It's what's allowed me to get to a point where I'm comfortably, and again, just brutal honesty, like, I'm doing about 50K a month, and for a new business owner, that's pretty cool, about 50K in profit a month. And what I've found to have helped me to scale to this level is I didn't do it on purpose. It's just kind of, maybe it's laziness, maybe it's just, and I don't think it's laziness, because I'm all in. I'm still doing very, very long days, but I focus my attention on one very specific offer, one very specific business, one very specific outcome that I drive, right? So I only focus, and this is like something that I've heard so many individuals talk about, the Ed Milet's, the Alex Hormozzi's, focus on one thing and do it better than anybody else by miles, and you will be successful. Like with my offer, I help business owners create videos for social media. It is completely hands off. They only have to dedicate 1 hour a month to me, and I create 12 videos for them a month and deliver a guarantee of a certain amount of views per video, and no questions asked. If you do not get that result, you get your money back. And just focusing on that one specific thing, one specific outcome, one specific guarantee has helped me insanely on selling my offer, staying in my lane, and giving me time back in my schedule. So when I hear that you're running multiple businesses, you have multiple courses, my challenge to you maybe is, why not just consider maybe for a season, or maybe you've done it and it wasn't what kind of like set your heart on fire, because it's not just about money, but being more intentional with the things that you focus your attention on. Find those things that are working really, really well, go all in on them and make them as powerful and effective as possible. And then take those other 5 things and just throw them out the window and say, hey, listen, even though I love doing these things, I could come back to them at another time.
Yeah, and I think that's great advice for not only me but everybody, because we all have, in many cases, too many irons in the fire and too many distractions.
And oh my gosh, shiny object syndrome happens to the best of us
Yeah.
all the time. For me too. I want to do networking events. I want to start speaking on stages, and I'm like, this lane that I'm in right now is pretty great. So because oftentimes what we'll do is, like, we'll get super excited about an idea and not realize, oh, well, there's a certain learning curve that, even though it seems like an easy idea to tackle, it's kind of like, the more you know, the more you realize you don't know, and it's like,
Yeah.
there's that learning curve, and I forget what it is, but there's a bell curve basically for learning. And oftentimes we will get caught up in that, so I think just focusing on one thing and being the best at it is just what I've found to be the most effective.
No, absolutely. And I appreciate your advice. That's very
Yeah.
good advice. And so I want to thank you for that.
Of
And
course.
hopefully I can encourage other people who are maybe watching your show on the different streams, whether it's LinkedIn or wherever, download the app and call them, because that's the best way to get advice that's personalized, like I'm getting, is to call in and do it live.
I appreciate that, Brian. Thank you so much, my friend. So if you
Absolutely, Jonathan.
feel free, jump on again later. I'll be around so we can talk more. Thank you
Okay.
so much for your time, Brian. Appreciate
Thank you, Jonathan. We'll
All
talk
right.
later.
Take care. Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right. I loved that conversation, and I love the diversity of the questions that we're getting hit with, because the truth is, so many of these things are so different. And talking about coaching, I mean, that is my passion. That is what I love to do. I love coaching people, and I find that when you can customize something for that specific individual and you can help them through the process of implementing it, it becomes a very hands-off process. So if you are a coach, if you do anything that is instructional or training wise, remember that. Don't be afraid to give all of it away. Give all of the free value away, because at the end of the day, 95% of people are not actually going to take action. They're not actually going to do it because it's hard. Even like if somebody explained to me how to change a tire or to change oil or whatever it is, there's a part of me that's asking, is my time worth more learning this skill or having somebody do it for me? Oftentimes, especially as busy entrepreneurs, as busy executives, the idea of taking countless hours to learn a skill, it's better served when somebody can walk me through the process, because the reality is people make mistakes, people run into problems, I've made a ton of mistakes along the way. If I could bypass all of the pain of my journey and give somebody the roadmap to success, it is worth money to do that. And because what's the alternative? Time. And for so many of us, we don't have much of that, right? So that is why I would encourage people, if you are running a digital course, if you are selling an offer that is in any way coaching wise, I would encourage all of you to lower your ego, share the best parts of it for free. And when people get a ton of value from the free stuff, they're going to say to themselves, man, if this is what they're giving away for free, I cannot even dream or imagine how good it is if I actually pay for the service or for the product. So that is really the key, my friends, is give it all away and don't be afraid to do that. It is really transformative when you do so. So to keep things going, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead. I am going to drop the link to the Owwll app once again. I would love it if you guys called, kept me some company as I do this very long live stream. And as you can see, it's right there in the App Store. But for the convenience of the audience that is watching, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to copy the link. I'm going to go over here. Yeah, play Pokemon Go. What? What's the problem, guys? So I'm going to drop it. Excuse the speaking for a second. Let's just drop it right here. There you go. Download the little Owl app. Hashtag code whatever mountain. Put it in the mountain, guys. Let me check my email. Yeah, you guys can see that. What? There you go. All right, just checking in on my stuff. And call me. What's wrong with you guys? Call in and let's talk marketing. So what have we touched on? We've touched on a little bit of branding. We've touched on a little bit of marketing. Touched on digital courses. Touched on people pivoting. I remember my journey. How many of you want a different career? How many of you are considering doing something different? We've been seeing in our society today a lot of people talking about the Great Resignation, quiet quitting. A lot of these buzz terms are in our society today, and more people than ever before are wanting to become influencers. They're wanting to build a personal brand. They want to go digital. They want to work from home. They want to have a course that makes money for them in perpetuity, right? But you're doing corporate right now. So I get a lot of questions from people asking, what do I do with my LinkedIn profile? Do I keep it the way it is? Do I change it to reflect my dreams? What are corporate people? What are my employees going to say? What is my boss going to say? What are, my coworkers going to say? So I'll give you a story. I remember when I was starting out on LinkedIn, the reason why I started on LinkedIn is my father wanted some help with his marketing. He had run a forensic accounting agency for 20 years. And he wanted to kind of have a refresher. I was starting to get into marketing. I was pursuing a career in it. And I thought to myself, like of all the vehicles, LinkedIn seemed like the most easy to enter, right? So before I knew a ton about marketing, I knew about opportunities. Simon Sinek had kind of shared a little bit about the diffusion of innovation. So I learned through that. And I was like, Instagram, oversaturated, not really business related. TikTok, even though it was very early at the time, it seemed like it was for kids, so it didn't really appease me much. YouTube, another monster that was hard to overcome. So when I looked at all the vehicles, LinkedIn seemed like the most practical. And what I noticed is that when it came to production quality, the videos didn't need to be edited perfectly. You didn't need a script. You didn't need all that stuff. Having a camera phone video at the time was enough. So when I had all of those things in mind, I reached out to a coach that was very helpful and walked me through the journey and helped me a ton learning about digital marketing. But I went viral very quickly. Now, let me just set my timer. Let's keep going. Turn off timer. Let's set it and save. So when I started doing this, I started realizing, man, even though I'm talking about forensic accounting, I love marketing. Like that is what I started to recognize as like a true passion of mine. So then what did I do? What I did is from there, I had to go through this transitional stage because I want to go all in on marketing, but I was known as this forensic accounting content creator. Two things to consider. At the time, I might have had 500, 1,000 followers, 2, 3, 5,000 followers. And I was paralyzed because I thought to myself, oh my God, all 5,000 followers are watching my videos and they're going to judge me because I went from talking about accounting to marketing now. What are they going to think of me? The reality is, sorry for my French, nobody gives a shit. So people are so caught up in their own world that you think that they care. You think that they care that you're talking about one thing one day and another thing the next day. People evolve, people change. So if you have fear of putting yourself out there or having fear, putting yourself out, guys, look at what I'm wearing. Like, if you can't laugh at yourself, then what are you even doing? You probably shouldn't even be considering getting on camera in the first place, because if you can't laugh at yourself, what's the point, right? So stop having fear around putting stuff out there, because number one, nobody's watching right now. That's the truth. Nobody's watching, right? People will watch your video, and here's a great way for me to really iron the point home. Do you I like Gary Vee. I don't love his stuff anymore. When I was early in my journey, I loved it, but who here knows Gary V? Gary Vaynerchuk, right? Tell me what he posted last Tuesday at 9 a.m. There is not one person watching right now that would be able to remember what he posted last Tuesday. And he is an industry leader. He's possibly one of the most influential marketers right now. And I cannot remember for the life of me what he posted. I know how I feel when I watch his content. I know that it's inspiring. It gets me kind of jacked up a little bit, but I don't remember what he said. So for those of you that are paralyzed with fear, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about you as much as you think they do, and allow that to be your freedom because it doesn't matter, right? And as a byproduct of all of that, just put it out there. And I went through a very awkward stage where I was talking about the accounting, and then I started talking about the marketing. I like to consider it like going through second puberty because people are seeing you grow as an influencer, as a creator in real time. And for a little bit of it, yeah, it could be a little bit awkward. But as you kind of like fall into it over time, people start forgetting. And as you gain new followers, they never knew you as that person. And if there's anything that I know is, I spent a little bit of time talking about a forensic accounting. Then I became a LinkedIn marketing guy and I had like a lot of different topics. Then I identified, oh, every time I talk about the algorithm, it performs well. So then I became like a LinkedIn algorithm hacker. And then it turned into almost like a parody artistic account, like a parody influencer account. There was a lot of evolution in my journey that led me to now. It's like I talk about LinkedIn, but what fascinates me so much more is all of the different facets of marketing. And now it's like I talk about LinkedIn, but it's not what I'm passionate about because that's how life is. We compound all these different new skills, and then we take on a new identity as we compound all these new skills, right? So for those of you that are a little bit paralyzed or feeling fear of putting yourself out there and creating, keep that in mind. It is going to be a constant evolution. People don't actually care as much as you think you do. You think that you do. And, there is no full on destination on this journey. You will continue to evolve the topics, the beliefs that you have. That's another one. I don't recall who said it on social media, but, you do not need to, just because you had a belief yesterday and that belief has changed, you don't need to apologize for contradicting yourself. You don't need to apologize for changing your stance on something. For example, if somebody during the 2016 election or the 2020 election or whatever um, didn't like Trump, and now they're realizing, wait a second, this country running with Joe Biden is going to shit, and now all of a sudden Trump didn't look so bad. That's okay. That's okay. It's okay. It's actually really refreshing to see it. And that was a bad example. I'm not affiliated with either, so chill. But the point of the matter is that when you are willing and able to say, okay, I had this belief and it has changed, and now I believe something else, there's so much power in that. And there's so much power in just owning the fact that you've shifted your belief on something. So now we're going to be going to Tanya, and we're going to be talking to her for a couple minutes. So let's dive into this. Tanya, how you doing? Great to have
Good.
you on
How
our
are you?
show.
Good to talk to you, Jonathan. How are you?
I am doing fantastic. I am wearing the silliest looking owl outfit right now. I don't know if you've seen the live stream yet, but
I have seen it. Yes, I do love it. I
Thank
love it.
you.
Love the owl.
Thank you. Danielle, can you
Well,
guys back me up at 11
last time
for a
you
couple
did
minutes?
a
You guys can
fantastic
come in.
podcast.
Thank you so much. At 11.
And so wanted to kind of follow up with you because I did talk with you last time and you talked about being more vulnerable. And so I have been doing that. I've been going into radio audios on LinkedIn. I have been speaking my passion and people are responding.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Love that. Great.
Now, what do I do next?
What do you do next? Now
Yes.
it's time to, okay, so can you tell me about your offer a little bit more? Get into your offer a little bit.
So you were just talking about focusing on one area. And so I do have two different areas that I have. So I can explain those. I can work with businesses and students and parents to help build a, a healthy community. So we can do that through teaching about mindfulness and healthy work habits and things like that. But then there's also the other side of that, that I can help businesses connect with students to build their workforce and help the students find their passion and their career pathways. So I can kind of intermingle them, but my problem is I'm not sure what direction to go.
Beautiful.
I seem to be getting um more reaction to the building the community with the future workforce is what I seem to be getting, but I wanted to get your thoughts on this.
Yes. So because I know this area enough, like what we need to do is we need to lean into what is the greatest pain point for the greatest amount of individuals right now. And I think you nailed it. I think that we live in a very disconnected society where people for so long have been chasing the wrong things, and they're starting to recognize that there's a great emptiness in their lives. Because, for example, when I talk to an executive and their entire lives they've been chasing the money and the status, because that's really what it is, and the comfort that comes with the status, there's still a big part of them that feels unfulfilled, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's because they've never really leaned into their passions, or they haven't really leaned into who they are authentically, right? So they've been
Mm-hmm.
chasing the wrong things for so long. And because we're such a distracted society, we don't really take the time to ask ourselves, number one, what we're really passionate about, and then a way to monetize it. We live in a time where you can talk about Smurfs and make millions of dollars with YouTube videos talking about Smurfs. So there's really
Mm-hmm.
no excuse for people to not lean into that. So as soon as you said that, alarm bells went off in my head, and I told myself that's it, because people really need that. That is where your starving crowd is. So if you could take your vulnerability, which you're already sharing, and then lean into the other side, which is helping people discover what they're truly passionate about, and have the messaging that you're creating now talk about your journey, because before and after pictures are the best marketing tactic that a company can use. I was on Hell Island, and here is how this person's offer helped me arrive to Heaven Island, right? I had
Mm-hmm.
my current situation, and this process helped me arrive to my desired situation. So another way of kind of articulating that idea is when somebody is on their path or on their journey, like you went. My belief is you created this product, or you created this offer because maybe you struggled with it. And
Mm-hmm.
because oftentimes, like, people only create products and offers if, number one, they feel like there's a great opportunity on the market, or they experienced it themselves. It's a great thing that transformed their lives, and enough people said, hey, I saw how it's changed your life, can you tell me more about how you could do that for me? And that's when an
Mm-hmm.
offer is created. So my belief is, if you could take the vulnerability and start sharing your journey, your transformation, by implementing finding your passion, then you have a winning formula to drive attention to your offer.
Perfect. Thank you
Of
so
course.
much.
Yes.
I had a feeling you might say that, but I feel better when I have confirmation from you.
Yes. No, of course. And I totally see it. But I would say, yeah, that would be the most relevant step for you next. So yeah, keep us in the loop and let us know how that goes. Do you have any other questions, by the way?
I don't now. I will probably end up calling back in because I always end up with questions when I'm listening to your podcast.
Of
And I want
course.
to just thank you for dropping all of the knowledge that you give us, because each time I listen to you, I learn so much. I take notes as you're talking.
I
then
appreciate that. Oh, and
and
we're
then I
going to be going
implement.
all day, and this is the evidence of, just to go meta for a second, is this is what I'm talking about. You give out so much free value, and people say to themselves, "Oh my gosh, if this is what he's giving away for free, I can't imagine what it's like for him to customize and implement this in my life, make it specific for me at a much larger scale. So you're seeing it in real time. I have no problem giving you everything away, because at the end of the day, if I could have somebody sit with me for an hour, 2 hours a day or a week and share everything and walk me through the path A to Z, write my copy for me, and then show me the psychology of it, all of a sudden that's when the leads come and the relationships are built, when you give this way. So I just encourage you, keep doing the same and you will win.
All right. Thank you so much. And thank you for all your support for Al.
I
We
appreciate it.
you.
All right. We'll talk soon.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Tanya.
Okay, bye.
All right, guys. I'm going to take a quick break and then we'll be back with more. All right, guys. We'll give her a nice 5-star rating. Yeah. So Jason's going to be jumping in for a couple of minutes and I'm going to be taking a quick break. All right, guys. See you soon. I gotta take a quick call. I gotta take a quick call.
All right, guys. Jonathan just had to take a quick break because he's the most marketing man in the world. And he is, of course, answering to his client because he does really put his clients first. We are friends, and I've seen him, we'll be out like at a party, or, he'll come to the party late because he knows that a client is on a different time zone and needs him. So I think if you guys do want to call in, are we going to connect there? Yes, we're going to call Jason. So if you have any questions, Jason, about starting Owwll, how it came to be, any technical questions about Owwll, we are your Owwll technical team. We're here to answer questions about how to maximize your time on Owwll. Of course, call Jason's phone as well. If that's how you'll be able to reach both of us right now. Call Jason, our CEO, on Owwll. He's usually $100 and he's lowering his price to $1 right now. So you can ask him anything. He's really well connected in the South Florida area. He's a great person to chat with. And of course, if you have any questions for me about meditation, about wellness, singing, anything at all on those topics. And of course, questions about Owwll, networking, you can call Jason's phone and let us know what you want to know. But I guess in the meantime, we can talk a little bit about just ways to maximize your time on Owwll. So, one, if you guys haven't seen it already, you can go to our Instagram. Every Wednesday, I will post a Wise Owwll Wednesday reel, which has a tip about Owwll and how to use Owwll, how to get more money on Owwll, how to connect with more people on Owwll. So I'll post there little tips that you can always look out for. But I'm going to just kind of share some of my experience using Owwll and how to get the best use out of the app. So, hello.
What is up, everybody? We just switched some things around behind the scenes, and now I am listed at the top for the Owwll-O-Oween call-in marathon.
Woo! So I was just going over, I see that we have like new people on Owwll every day now, which is amazing. So some of our brand ambassadors and Owwll veterans might know some of this information, but for some of the new people, I would say the question we get asked the most is, why aren't people calling me more, right? So I've answered this question so many times, and I'm going to share with you a couple ways to get people to engage with you. I would say the first thing is making sure that your bio is fully filled out. It's detailed. So I actually just had to recently change
mine.
Yeah, let's look at Jason's as a little case study here. So
right off the bat.
the questions, sample questions to ask him on a call. So if you are an Owwll expert, people want to know what they're getting for their money, what they're getting for their time. So having these sample questions is super important. Of course, showing your expertise and your legitimacy on here. So any things that you've accomplished, of course, like degrees are helpful. Um, let's see, look at
Some
Jason.
hobbies and interests, because that sparks conversations,
Mhm.
right? If I list that I'm a poker player and you see that, then you're like, oh, where do you play poker, as an example? Or you see, I like music, 90s rap, pop, rock, right? You see, I have father to Weston and Kennedy. It says New York state of mind. So right off the bat, if I'm living in Florida, now you know, oh, this
You're
person is
from New
probably
York.
based in New York. You see sailing and boating, right? So you don't have enough information on most people's profiles if they're not listing those different things. But when we list them, that makes the conversation a lot easier with people. And then, of course, when you're looking at these different questions, it really helps that user, come into your profile and make a decision to want to call you. Because if those questions aren't listed, they have to make a judgment based on a block
A
text.
block
and
of
no one really
bio.
likes,
Right.
reading block text.
The other thing too, you saw up there his social media links. So like making sure, I mean, I know that the app makes you put one link, but I think the more the better. Because people, what I always do when there's a new person on is I barely even I see the sample questions and I barely read all of the bio because you know that our attention spans these days are not the best. So I just pop right and I go to their Instagram or their LinkedIn to see who is this person, what are they about, what are they doing, what do their videos look like. So making sure that your socials are on there is super important. And then,
And you could sort the order. So if your most powerful one is LinkedIn, you probably want to put it to the left,
mhm,
right? Versus maybe you're not focused on Instagram, put it more towards the right. But often we find that people don't sort their ones. They put 8 different ones down when they edit their profile, and they don't sort the top 4 in place. So they end up putting ones that they typically don't use that often. Maybe you're not using Twitter/X, right? They switch the name, and then that occurs. So of course, put the important ones on
yeah.
there.
And then another thing I always tell people, um, if you want to get something, a lot of times you have to give. So you have to put yourself out there. It's just like in real life. Oh, we're getting a call.
Okay. Welcome, Laura Bernard, to the Owwll-O-Oween Marathon over here. How are you doing?
I am good. Welcome, Jason. And I love the new features and I love the new marathon. That's the first time I've seen that feature on the setting
Well,
of the marathon.
I didn't even think about how powerful this was until like 24 hours ago. Right out of the blue, I was like, wait a second. I could literally list it as an expertise, and then we could pop ourselves into it and then plug it to the top. So, when we do these call in marathons, we could put any title up there. And of course, we're going to take it away from expertises because we don't want a bunch of random expertises listed, but it's pretty darn cool, right, Laura?
Yeah, it's so cool. Like you could do that. Well, you could do it and then you can delete it. Like you
Of
have the
course.
power. You
I
have that
know.
amazing admin portal or panel
Yes.
that you've created so that you can utilize the app in the best most effective way. I mean, a company could do it at like think about the old like Jerry Lewis telethons. Like
Yeah.
you could have it going into the end of the year, a call-a-thon that's tied into a year-end giving.
Of course.
And remember, guys, just, calling in for advice with this marathon, yes, you'll get advice, but an even bigger benefit is that Jonathan Palmer is an influencer. He has a big following. And by calling in, you are going to be on his page. You'll get exposure. Your business will get exposure. So not only are you getting advice, but at the same time, you're getting exposure to his audience, our audience.
But we're going to go crazy because now we're going to hook it to other people's audiences while we're on the show. So right now it's just Jonathan's, but it's also feeding over to the Owl app feeds as well. We're on YouTube, Twitter, as well as Facebook Live and our community page. But as we bring people into the studio, big LinkedIn creators as an example, they're going to push and stream this to their feeds as well. And we're going to try that later today, actually. We've got some secrets coming up. Right now that we got
shout out to StreamYard.
moving along.
If you guys want a
right.
podcast and stream, definitely recommend StreamYard. It's amazing.
Yes. So Laura, what questions you got for us?
What questions do I have for you? Well,
I have a question for Laura.
Yeah, go for it.
This is kind of a funny question, but I heard you're a fellow burner. Is that true?
Yes, that
Ooh.
is true.
Yeah.
If you Google e-bike rentals Burning Man, we're one of the top platforms.
So
I have
I unfortunately didn't know that going in, but I went to my first burn this year. And afterwards, Jason told me Laura's a burner as well. Like she has a whole bike rental business, which I totally, maybe he did tell me, or maybe someone told me, and I was just so excited to be there that my brain totally forgot. But I wanted to ask you if you were actually present this year or if it's just like a rental company from afar.
no. We a couple things. One, we relaunched. This was my fifth burn.
Okay.
I spent 3 days on Playa. I spend most of Q3 between Southern Cal and Nevada,
Mhm.
and probably a month at the GSR. Only burners know what the GSR is. Grand Sierra Resort
Mhm.
in Reno. It's the best hotel property in Reno, Nevada, and it's where most of the who's who of Burning Man stays
Mm.
before and after. So a lot of camp leaders.
Mhm.
So our platform move ebikes.com relaunched app post pandemic for the first time.
Mhm.
We hit 150,000 in the 10-day event, which was great. Wasn't our
Mm.
record year, but we had all organic kind of reach. We really we pretty much did it just to kind of explore.
Mhm.
Let's start anew, see if we want to continue to do this. We had the best quality bikes, best quality customers, best quality accommodate. We moved at one point in time. We're the only e-bike company ever that was actually on Playa as a vendor on Playa. In you can't sell, but you can have people pick up
Yeah.
in 17 and but they stopped all the RV companies and all the bike companies from doing that. So we actually rented trailers this year. We rented bikes. We rented bikes in trailers.
Wow.
We were set up in Reno, and then I brought some of our team to the Playa for a few days. But we got out right before the mud
Okay.
and the rain. So when did you get out?
So for those of you watching Burning Man, you probably heard on the news that it was catastrophic and people had no food and water, and this is a national emergency. And honestly, in my opinion, it was not that big of a deal. I think that people were having a great time. They were still partying. You know how the news likes to exaggerate things. I mean, yes, it may have delayed some people's trips, but for me, my friend had a four-wheel drive. If you had a four-wheel drive, you could just drive right out. It really was not a big deal at all. So I got out when I was supposed to get out. Um and
So you must have missed the burning, the man and the
I did
couple
miss the
burn.
man burning because they did delay
Yeah,
that for like a while,
yeah.
and I had to get back to Owl and other
We need her
responsibilities.
back at home base, Laura.
Yeah.
She's gonna stay out there for that long.
No, I couldn't like add time onto my trip. So that was a bummer, but I just think it's interesting how the news exaggerates everything and tries to
100%.
instill fear
Now, were
into
you with
us.
the camp? Were you with the camp?
I was, yeah, I was. So I would have gotten a bike from you, but my camp provides bikes for us. We are Lemonade, and
Uh-huh.
we provide free lemonade or spiked lemonade to everyone on the playa. And so we have different shifts. I worked a couple shifts when I was there, and this was my first burn. So I had,
What do you think?
oh my God, I honestly say it was in like my top 5 best moments of life. Like it's on my
Yeah.
list of, I think if you guys haven't been to Burning Man, as long as you're okay with not showering every day, I think it's an experience that everyone should have.
Or go with some money and then you
Did
can
you
share.
braid your hair? Well, you can't spend any
Um,
money, Jason. It's
No, I
yeah,
meant the opposite. Go with people that go
but
with night
go with people that have.
I
Did
didn't.
you
go with
have?
people with money and
I
they
braided
tend to
my
have
hair.
trucks that have showers.
So I didn't want to spend the money. I was like, I don't want to spend $100
Yeah.
getting braids ahead
Yeah.
of time. So there was a girl at my camp who, once I got there, I realized, oh, I kind of want to braid my hair, and she braided my hair like just
That's cool.
easy, and it wasn't a big deal. But so if anyone's looking to go next year, they do. you don't have to spend a fortune getting your hair braided ahead of time. Like you could just have
Exactly.
someone do French braids in your hair when you get there. But the thing that I found most interesting was truly like the manifestation just felt really real there. Like things that I imagined or wanted to happen, I would say something out loud. I really want this right now. I really wish that they had pickleball here because I love Jason and I are big pickleball fans and
Yep,
I
and they
miss
had
playing.
one.
And then like I go around and they have it. I mean, they had a ski
Yeah.
hill, they had a roller skating rink, they
Yeah.
had postcards that a station where you could send postcards to your friend. Not only that, you could send a postcard to yourself for 5 years from now. Like they literally thought of everything and more. It was wild.
Now, did you ever make it to the big pyramid, which is
The sad one where people leave letters for lost ones.
oh no, that's the temple.
The temple,
That's
yeah.
the temple. Yeah, no, not the temple. I went in the temple. The temple is amazing.
The
But
temple is amazing, yeah. There was
yeah,
an
but
orchestra that played outside of the temple too. I cried. That was incredible.
yeah, no, the camps right there on Esplanade that are at 10 and 9:30. There's Daydream, and then the big pyramid, which is like a kind of dance.
I don't think I
pyramid.
made it to the pyramid. Ish, did you
Okay.
make it? I have a friend here that Playa Alchemist?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no. Did you make it there? Okay. Well, my
Yeah, I
friend
spent
made
a
it
lot
there.
of time over there. I know I had a lot of clients over at Plaque and
Ugh.
Daydream. And
Well, I definitely
so-
want to go again and we'll have to connect next time.
yeah, for sure.
I
Well,
know.
listen, we have 36 seconds.
Okay.
and
Yes.
I just popped in. I can't believe I was ahead. I was the number 2 behind Jason for months and now years. And now these other people have come and surpassed me, Jason. So I'm on a hunt.
Popular these days. What can we say, Laura?
I know. I'm on a hunt. I'm coming hard. I'm competitive. So take care, guys. I'll see you in
Thank
Florida.
Call in a
you.
little later when you
Yeah, I'll be in
Jonathan
Florida
pops his
next
head back in. Okay.
2 weeks. Take care. Bye-bye.
Later.
Yeah, bye-bye.
I sort of took that over with the Burning Man conversation, but I thought I would switch things up. We don't always have to talk about business on here and networking and entrepreneurship. Sometimes
You can
it's
call people just to chat. That's what we
Yeah.
were just talking about, hobbies.
Yeah.
Right? And Laura, if you're listening to this part, is add that into your bio, right?
burner. I just
Because
was going to add
her
that into my
profile
bio.
wasn't on there, but if that
Yeah.
was on her profile, it would have stuck out. And immediately, oh, we got Daryl Adams.
Daryl. Hey, Daryl.
What's up, Daryl Adams? Welcome to
Hey.
the
Hey, how you doing,
call-in
Jason?
marathon for Owwll-O-Oween. How you doing today?
Fantastic. There's never a better day than today.
Okay.
So I think I had talked to Daryl actually earlier and I was like, oh, you should call and talk to Jonathan. He's on a little
Yep.
break right now. So sorry if I
Hey, I don't
misled
mind
you.
talking to you guys too. You're there.
Yeah, okay, good. Well, we've been conversing on Owl back and forth because you're into fitness, but you also are into music as well.
Yep. I'm a music. I'm an artist. I do pretty much everything, to be honest.
Yeah, so that's awesome that you're versatile. I just put on the owl
She's
owl mask.
becoming
But
the owl. You are actually the show today. We could pin you to the top too. You know, it doesn't have to be me and Jonathan.
You guys.
As we all take breaks in the next 8 hours, we could swap you up to the top as well.
I don't know about I'm trying to think of what's a Halloween song that I could sing. This is Halloween. That's all I can think of. There's
Good
no
one.
good. There aren't really the Monster Mash. The Monster Mash. That's really not like a singing.
Do you remember the Friday the 13th by Will Smith?
No.
Or no. It was Freddy. Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah, no one's talking about Friday the 13th much today. It's interesting. That was the whole theme of our
Oh,
show.
yeah.
Right. That's why we put it in red with blood, like Jason. You know, that was one of my
all
favorite horror
spooky,
films.
right?
Not to get
You know?
dark, but everybody stay safe out there. Just be aware of your surroundings. Because yeah, I don't know. It's just I've heard some crazy things happening in the world, and they say Friday the 13th is just like
Spooky.
unlucky
Yeah.
day. But hopefully we'll be okay.
Hey, Jason, I
Sure.
actually had a couple really cool ideas on the update. It's great. I love it.
Thank you.
Are we doing anything with texts yet?
Text messaging in what capacity? To pay?
Any capacity.
I mean, a lot of people have asked us, can we add a feature where someone could text us and pay to text, of course. So I think the 2.0 version one day will have that, because that's the whole idea of this platform.
I mean,
but
we
other
do get
than-
text notifications, right?
I mean, text notifications can be turned on if you really, aren't getting the notifications. They're not as powerful enough. You go under the settings and then your followers, when they go live, you get a text message, but it can get quite
Awesome.
annoying at times. So I go on and off on those. When I request someone to go live, I pretty much turn that feature on. It's a little secret. And then after I spoke with that person, I turn it back off, because a lot of times I don't want too many notifications all day. But what were you thinking?
I just thought that it was a great idea to add the text messages to the reviews. Like if there's some sort of conversion between two people and there's a really good idea that stuck out, that you could attach the text message, like, this is our conversation and this is the review that it had.
So you're saying that once the person leaves the review, then that review gets text message. This is what Daryl Adams, left on your profile. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so that way it's completely transparent. Like, we actually did stuff on this call. Relax. There was worth every penny.
Interesting. Yeah, we can add that. I think the simplest thing we could add is probably right to the email, right? Because we send a transaction email on who the call was done with, and then we could actually add that probably to the email. So that way someone could just copy and paste that into a social post, for example, like, look what Daryl Adams said about me after a call on Owwll. So I think there is a possibility to do that. And then it just instills like, oh, that was an awesome call. Obviously, you go bad. We probably wouldn't want to text anything below a 5-star review, because if someone got a 2 or 1-star review and they got that text, it would actually, create a little bit
create
of
some drama,
anxiety and drama.
But also it would allow you to correct kind of this in talking to people on Owwll, because if you're there to make an agenda and do something, then that's a different thing when I'm just like calling you guys because it's an Owwll-O-Oween-thon and I really want to hang out and talk to you guys. So there's a different agenda with that.
Yeah, it sure is. No, I like that. I like that idea. And that's, for everyone listening, that's what's so cool about this platform, is people are giving me the best ideas ever. And then I put them on a list. And then every time, we do updates with our developers, we bring that list out and we look at what will be valuable for our community. And it's ideas like that get put into play. I mean, Daryl, you've seen it, right? In the Facebook community, how many times people have posted stuff and then all of a sudden, like, they're like, holy shit, like, that idea is like in the app. And that was my idea. It's pretty darn cool.
And Daryl, you're an ambassador, right?
Yes, sir. Ma'am.
It's okay. I'm a sir right now because I'm wearing this owl mask. So
I see that.
Woo. But that's part of, we've talked about the ambassador program on here, and that's one of the benefits of becoming an Owwll ambassador is we have Zooms once a week where you can participate and, get in the door and get certain deals before Owwll blows up. Like, I think Jonathan was talking about this earlier, but being on the ground floor of a company that's, imagine being in Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. That's a lot of the big influencers were early developers of those apps. And they grew and they got big followings because they were in early. So getting in early with a developing technology is key. So if anyone is interested in becoming an ambassador, you can always reach out to us, marketing@owwll.com. There are so many benefits. Like I said, getting input into the app, networking with people that are serious about networking, obviously making extra money from referrals, getting certain bonuses, getting merch, getting to be on our podcast, coming to events. I mean, the opportunities are endless. So
absolutely. I love everything about the app. Honestly, Jason, you did a great job.
Thank you. Well, you got 3 minutes left to ask a question or two. So shoot.
So let's see. What are you guys going to be doing for Halloween?
Jason has children.
I got 2 children, so we usually just hit one of our developments up. One of our friends usually has a party, and then we're dressing as the Mario characters. So
you are?
Yeah, so you're gonna see.
Who are you gonna be? Are you gonna be Mario then?
I think I'm going to be Wario. I think my wife was just showing me.
Wario, okay.
It's not definite yet. She was just showing me an example last night what she was going to buy for me, and then the kids are Mario, Luigi, Peach,
Ah,
Nice.
Princess.
what about you, Danielle?
I haven't decided what I'm gonna be for Halloween yet, but actually, another owl story. I always meet the coolest people through Owl and through our Owl podcast. I met a guy the other day, Misha, who was on our podcast.
Yeah, Misha's cool.
And he mentioned that he was going to be throwing a Halloween party. So I decided that's what I'm going to do for Halloween. I'm going to go to his party. So thanks, Owl, for giving me Halloween
Awesome.
plans. Yeah.
Yeah. And my son was saying, Dad, do you want to do a party? He's 4 years old, okay? So like last year we had this really cool thing where we got to go around to all of the different parents' trunks of the cars, and they would park outside of the school. And so like as soon as the school was done, they would go around and do trick or treat to everybody's car in the back. And it was so
Nice.
cool. You got to
Aw.
see everybody's like costumes. You got to talk to everybody in the middle of the parking lot, go to
Yeah.
different cars, and then come back and converse with everybody. I don't know. I thought
I've never heard of that before. That sounds that they didn't do that when I was a kid, but I guess everything's different now.
Times have changed.
Yeah, well, it was also different because I think we had to wear masks.
Oh, yeah,
I
yeah.
can't
It was a
remember.
COVID thing.
Maybe
Yeah.
we didn't,
Okay.
but it was a mix between people that were still wearing masks and not wearing masks.
Gotcha. All right. So are you
Yeah,
gonna
and you
you're
do realize 10 minutes is a long time.
Ah,
Well,
I don't know.
I'm
We
going
have
to give
like
you
a
some
minute.
pointers on your profile because now I'm staring at it. I see that
I would
you
love
have
some
some
pointers.
blocks, right? So I read it quickly, and I think you should add some questions.
Yeah.
Be specific because what happens with blocks is people will open your profile up, and what'll happen is they'll read one block, and then they'll just kind of like, they get bored, and they
Yeah.
switch to somebody else's profile. So I would list right at the top, these are typical
yeah.
questions that you could ask me on a 10-minute call. So that way it really, sparks their attention. And then I would
Perfect.
also add some hobbies. So I would check out my profile, how I have it, hobbies and interests, right there.
I don't have enough room for my hobbies, Jason. I'm sorry.
Well, some specific ones, because then if we have some stuff in common, then we could chat about it while we're networking with one another. So that is my
Perfect.
tip of the day for you. And what we're going to do in the next 2-3 hours, you're going to get an email or a text from me, and we're going to create a video of this clip. We have an editor doing them on the fly. So go ahead and post it on LinkedIn, and you'll get $13. And then just email the link to that post to feedback@owwll.com. So come and join the festivities today. Okay.
You got it, buddy.
Awesome, Daryl.
Thanks for calling.
Absolutely. I love you guys. Have a good day.
Peace. Okay. Should we give a 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, or 5-star?
I would say 5. I feel like he was a good conversationalist. He asked good questions, and he was open to answering anything we wanted to ask him. So
Sure. Okay. I'm going to just prep.
you can check. Yeah, you can prep that. I guess we'll wait for a call, but I don't know. Should we switch it up and maybe call somebody else? I'm looking at this Billy Thorpe person, and I've never called him. I've never talked to him before. I like to call new people. Should we show people what an example of like how you can just call someone and not know who they are at all? Should we do a sample call?
Ooh, we're switching it up. Okay.
I kind of want to. I want to call this Billy Thorpe person because I've never talked to him.
Billy
lot
is
of
the guy who
people-
helped us with our camera.
Oh, okay.
So you want to meet Billy?
Yeah.
You hit call, you go like this, everybody. So now we're going to
Because
do
people always ask me, like, what do you mean you just call someone with no intention? And I'm like, yeah, sometimes you just call just like it's at a networking event and you say, hello, what do you do? It's the same thing where you don't know someone. You might just want to call someone.
We'll
because
give
you
it a
wanna meet
shot.
someone new.
Now we hope Billy picks up, because sometimes people go live on the Owl app, and unfortunately they jump into other things.
Yeah. And they
miss
don't have their
calls.
notifications on. And that's a problem, guys. Make sure, I can't stress this enough, you are turning your notifications on so that you know when someone's trying to give you money and talk to you and connect, get your advice. Yeah.
But here is some more advice. Just wait about a minute, And the reason why is that person that you just called that did not pick up will eventually, get a text message, and then they're going to log into the app to see what happened. And then you call them back again, and pretty much
I would
you'll
say
get through to 'em.
95% of the time I call them a second time, they usually answer, but we'll see. Let's see if it works this time.
And then, of course, if it's done properly, he'll go in the app and request that we call him back, right? So under the notification bell right here, if you ever get a missed call, it will show. So you just click the missed call button and request a call back. Now, I don't have any missed calls, so it's not going to show there, but that's a pretty unique feature. And of course, the text message that you receive says that. It says request that person call you back. So we will hang out. Looks like Laura Bernard put herself at the top of the
Oh,
Owwll-O-Oween.
how did she do that?
No, nobody do that out there. That's not the point of today. So Laura, you will get a text message from me if you're listening to pull yourself down from the top, because people are going to think that they're going to call her and be on a show. We do not want that to occur, of course. So again, these are all the different experts that are available to speak to. We put 10 per line. Then when you hit view all, it will show the list of everybody else that is available to chat with. Okay, who's going to call me?
Should we try our method to see if
Okay, we'll have
the
you.
influencer?
You want to try it if round 2, you will pick up. Where'd he go?
Oh, well, sometimes people are live and then they realize so I've done this before where I was live and I saw someone call me and then I was like, wait, I actually shouldn't be live right now. Like I'm busy or in a meeting or something.
Well, we got somebody. Hello, Chela Diaz. Welcome to the Owwll-O-Oween call-in marathon. How are you?
Marvelous, marvelous. I could not just let you sit there by yourself.
Aww.
You and Danielle, you look amazing.
Aww.
But Jason, I've been here since February on the Owl app, and I've learned a lot, and I know you have a lot of tips. But the one thing that I am really excited that you recently started sharing and exploring is how people can use LinkedIn and Owl to get their business to the next level. And I think you do an amazing job at explaining, because I know you have some stories of what you do when people reach out to you on LinkedIn.
Yes. Well, so go deeper. Ask us some questions, because not everyone was in that LinkedIn audio room last night where I was sharing some tips. Right. So today we want everyone listening to get valuable nuggets, out of these 10-minute calls. So shoot, what question do you have regarding LinkedIn and Owwll that I might provide you some expertise on?
Well, specifically the reaching out. When people either both ways, they reach out to me or I want to reach out to people. What would be the best way to say, let's take this conversation to Owl, where I don't have to share any personal information?
Great question. Okay.
What's that thing? You know what I mean? Like, how
Yes.
can I make, because I don't want to come across salesy
Like
here.
salesy. Yeah, exactly. I know I have
So-
trouble with this too.
So a lot of people are posting on LinkedIn, and that drives likes and comments, right? And typically what I do is immediately, if they're not connected with me, obviously they're engaging with me, I then go over to their profile and I typically connect with them, right? And once that occurs and I see that they've accepted, you could do nothing with it, right? Most people tend to just wait. They'd rather receive a message versus send a message. So the first thing is the ones that connect with me, I'll then reach out and like, hey, it was great connecting with you. I like to really get to know my connections. Happy to jump on a call. I do all my intro calls through Owwll, right? So I keep it very short and simple. And usually they'll respond back like, what is Owwll? I'm like, oh, it's cool. It's a platform where you could, connect with people, network one-on-one. And here's my referral code and you'll get $10. And let's set up a time to chat on Owwll. It is an instant platform, but specifically I'll help give you a demo. I'm also the founder, right? So right off the bat, I engage with the people that are engaging with me. The second is more of my connections these days are coming in where they're seeing my posts and they're connecting with me. So right when I hit the accept button on a connection request, I do the same thing. I say, happy to connect with you. Call me old school. I like to really get to know my connections. love to jump on a one-on-one call with you on the Owl app. I do all my intro calls there. I'm live daily at $99, and I drop my price to $1 for my LinkedIn connections.
And the code is important too, because then you're not asking them to pay you to have a conversation. When they use your code, they are getting $10 to not only call you, but possibly make some more connections. So they're like, it's a mutual beneficiary, not benefit, but mutual benefit is what I'm trying to say. So like, not only are you getting them to use the app and explore it, but they're also getting to connect with new people that they wouldn't necessarily have met on LinkedIn.
Yes.
That was beautiful. I took some notes. And Jason, what about the ones where they're going to attempt to sell you right back, right? So you're coming from a place of let's connect,
leverage.
let's have a conversation.
Yeah, a lot of times they're getting to you before you're getting to them, which is what you're stating here. Like right on their LinkedIn request, it's saying, "Hey, I'd love to jump on a meeting with you," and they're and a lot of times the first message is on autopilot. They're already sending you a calendar invite, right? So I pretty much reverse those, right? And they're already saying they want to talk to you, and I nicely then say, happy to talk to you. All my intro calls are done on the Owl app. So if they would want to get through to me, right? They see I'm a CEO, I'm a founder of a brand, right? I know I have a little bit more leverage because of that. I'll just nicely say I'm available a specific time on Owl, and it could be Thursdays from 10 to 11 o'clock. And I tell them nicely, you could reach me there, and I could list my price in that message. Like, I charge $10 for 10 minutes, but here's a code, hoot hoot, for $10. So this call will actually be free, but that's where I take my intro calls. So that way, they look at it as like, okay, I could get through to Jason if I download Owl, and it's free. Or I'm going to switch because I don't really feel like dealing with another app and downloading it. But that's a good thing, because if they took me serious, they would take that effort, because I'm giving them a free opportunity to chat with me in that situation. Obviously, if I charge more than $10, then there's going to be a lot more friction, because then they're going to have to add their credit card in because, they won't have enough money to call, that individual. They're going to get a $10 bonus upon signing up. So I really recommend doing $10 or below for these intro calls by design. And then remember, how cool is this? When they sign up, you get $10 when they use their referral code. So you have the potential to get all $20 back plus a connection and the right people, because it really filters the right people. So all those sales solicitations that come over, right? What is their objective? Their objective is to get a lead, to get an opportunity to sell somebody, right? So they're sending those out massively to hundreds of people on a weekly basis, likely. So if they really care to get to know you, and they really see there's a fit with their product, right, then they could take that effort to go onto Owl to call you. And most of those people will go away. So the nice thing is you're filtering the right ones to the top. And that's very important for a lot of creators today, because their message inboxes are full. They have way too many messages. So what most people end up doing, they ignore most of those messages. But there's a lot of great quality people out there that are doing these message campaigns. So it's hard to swift through. A lot of people are like, oh, these people are solicitors, and they get a bad name for themselves. But that's just not true. I've been on the other end of that. I've been soliciting people. I've tried things, because a lot of people in sales try different message campaigns. So lots of times it comes off salesy, but it's actually a great quality individual on the other end. And lots of times I've jumped on Owl calls, and we've had fantastic relationships. And I'm going to use a real life example, Jella. You know that I pitched Daniel Hall, right? Daniel Hall is very popular on LinkedIn these days. He runs Peekaboo, LinkedIn technology that really could show you, who's really engaging with your social posts. And, he looked at it as a pitch slap. And after I did pitch slap him with a auto message, I then stepped in. It's like, no, I really like you to try out Owl. And then generally saw there was another human being on the other side. And he's like, okay, this person really sounds, actually interesting. So he downloaded Owl, and we have formed one of the best relationships, out of all the people who have downloaded Owl in the last 3 years. So it's just really interesting that you could turn a pitch into a relationship. And Owl really helps that, because you're not giving out personal information. It's all in-app phone calls. They're not being recorded, and people are pretty genuine when it's one-on-one, right? All the fakeness that happens in large crowds goes away. When it's one-on-one,
people are who they are, and typically, good relationships can be formed. Does that answer some of your questions, Shell?
It does. I had no idea about you, and that's how you met Daniel. So really you went you pitched him, and here we are.
Well, Owwll was brand new. I had
Okay.
under 200 downloads at the time, and we were in this thing called Test Flight. That's Apple's testing environment for mobile applications. And I said, hey, would you like to beta test my app? It's really cool. You call people instantly. And that was a generic message that was going out to hundreds of my LinkedIn connections. Right. And I was being genuine, but again, I was selling someone on testing our technology. And he came across with one of those, like, really, you're going to try to pitch me on downloading your services? And then I was like, yeah, I love it. And he's like, well, you do know I hacked Clubhouse. And I said, yeah. I was like, go ahead and hack Owwll then. I was like, if Owwll, has holes, that would be great that you let me know which holes there are, because I'm paying this development company a lot of money to develop Owwll, and I want to make sure they're doing a good job. So it actually worked out to our benefit, because he came on board and he's like, this thing is done well. He's like, your development company built it the proper way from the ground up. And most mobile applications don't. They end up, building it one way, and then they add on features, and there's a lot of holes. So that's why Daniel Hall really fell in love with Owwll. And also we formed a great bond, because he realized I was
You're the real deal. Jason's
human-
not going to say it.
a human
but he's the
being
real
that
deal.
has a wife and 2 children, and people I care about around me. But it all started with a one Owwll call, because it started with messages. You want to add 5 more minutes on real quick?
I know that Jonathan's about to pop back in. He's just in the bathroom.
Hello,
he just finished his call.
Ed.
So Chella. Oh.
Goodbye, Chella. Great reminder for everybody out there.
The reason I'm gonna blow up Jason for a second. No, the reason that Owwll is gonna blow up is because this guy is, when you have your own business, they say you really do have to work 24 hours a day. I think he works like 25 hours a day, which isn't even possible. Like, there are tasks that are on my to-do list that I'm like, oh, I'll do these the next time I come in the office, and I'll come in and I'm like, oh, Jason already did this task that was on my to-do list.
Night owl. I get things done in my sleep.
Yeah, I don't know how this guy does all of it, and then also has 2 kids, and also runs a financial service business, and is now fit after we did our 75 hard. I don't know how he does it. I guess maybe getting up early is helpful for people, but yeah. So this is why I know Owwll is going to blow up, because he's like the hardest working, most detail oriented person I know. So
speaking of 75 hard, can I interject for a moment? I never talk about fitness, even though I am in the top 0.01%.
Can we see the 6-pack?
The 6-pack's a little weak right now. I got, but I could show this.
Oh,
I don't know if
wait.
my.
Oh wait.
This
thing itches my nose so much. I put it on.
I just deal with the abuse. I don't care.
Oh,
it also itches me, but I just.
Oh, it's so itchy.
Well, while we're waiting for a call, Jonathan,
yes,
you could talk about fitness.
I could. I'll talk about a little bit of fitness, right? I never talk about fitness.
Arm punching thing yesterday.
Bap, bap. Yeah, go for it. Go for it, Daniel. Go on. Yeah, just go for it.
This is just pure entertainment. Because I wanted to punch your arm.
Oh, go for it. Come on.
All right, I'm gonna see how
Give it to
hard,
me legit.
if I can give you a 10 of a punch.
Give me a 10.
And see.
Just avoid the moneymaker right here.
All right, ready?
Go for it. Go for it. Come on.
This is gonna be my hardest punch.
Go for the shoulder.
We have
Nice
any
meaty
fitness
shoulder.
people on.
Yeah, go for the shoulder. There you go. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Go for it. Ooh,
that wasn't that hard. That was like a 6.
That was like that on film.
We were doing this.
We got that abuse on film.
Last night at the bar, we were testing punching Jonathan's arm and seeing how much it would hurt.
Oh, that poor girl.
Yeah.
So back to fitness. To fitness. So and this lesson that I've learned from fitness applies so well to business, and I'd love to hear what Jason has to share, and Danielle as well. What I found with fitness is people, they fall in love with the gimmicks. And I do feel like the gimmicks like 75 hard and keto and all of these things, they have their place, right? And they're a great starting point for people. But whether it's fitness or business, I've found that the most effective strategy is do the basic, simple things great and do the basic simple things great for a long time horizon, for a long period of time. And I've found that to be the actual best strategy, because people will say to themselves, I want to get into shape for a wedding, or I want to get into shape for summertime. And they'll try all these gimmicks, and the body, whenever you give it different stimulus, it will respond. But then inevitably the body will return to some degree of homeostasis and the gimmick stops working. So then they switch their diet to the next gimmick, and then it works for a little while and then it stops working. And I feel like instead of trying to put band-aids on things, get to the root, understand what your behaviors and your habits are with your food, what types of behaviors and habits, and don't lean into your feelings so much. People are like, oh, well, I don't feel like going to the gym. I don't feel like eating that. I don't feel like cooking. I don't feel like. Stop leaning in so much to your feelings. Disassociate. And Danielle's seen me eat a lot.
Think about I always think about the endorphins. I'm like, think about the feeling that you get after the workout. That's what always motivates me. I'm like, just the bliss, the pure, when I don't want to go, I'm like, I do it for the endorphins, like the afterward effect, you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think that that's a big part of it. But ultimately, it comes down to disassociating the feelings and knowing that, yes, you will get the positive feelings once you've implemented these things. But yeah, disassociate from your feelings towards it while you're doing it, and stick to the basic stuff and do the basic stuff.
What are the basic things, by the way, for people?
One ingredient foods. Start with one ingredient foods. If your food has an ingredient list, it's not the right food to eat. Period.
Especially if the ingredients are all weird names that you can't pronounce.
That's even worse. But I even call out the people. I am literally like this. If it has more than one ingredient, it's probably not that great for you, because it is processed to some degree. For example, protein sources, right? We all know that all the macronutrients, protein is the most important, because that's what our muscles are built off of, right? That's where all the amino acids are. So when it comes to protein, it's like, sticking with the basics: chicken, eggs, fish.
You're telling people to not go buy a fancy protein shake and just eat real food?
Here's why. A fancy protein shake is like a bird chewing up the food and feeding the baby. You've already removed some of the digestive qualities of it. Therefore, it passes through you very quickly. Danielle, how many times have you drank a protein shake and then you got to run to the bathroom 10 minutes?
It's so funny that you bring up this protein thing. I think the universe is trying to tell me something. This is how I think. I'm very spiritual, but this is the third time this week I've been into my fitness stuff. We had Ben Azadi on, who talks about intermittent fasting, and I took some advice from him. But this is the third time this week someone has brought up my protein intake to me, because I try to work out. I do work out, not try. I do work out 5 times a week, but I find myself, even with that, getting tired a lot, and especially in the mornings, not having energy. And so I learned this week that I'm supposed to eat 1 gram a gram per pound.
Per pound of body weight.
Yeah, per pound of body weight, which I didn't know. And so, anyway, this woman who owns my gym is trying to get me on these protein shakes. And I've never really done them, because to me, I was like, wait, so I'm going to just out myself right now. I was like, wait, so that means I have to eat 115 grams of protein a day? I feel like I'm going to get fat from that. Like, that feels like so much. How much chicken is that? That feels like way more than I would normally eat.
Let's do some math, right? So the average person's about 5'5", right? And they weigh about 170 pounds, actually, right? That's about what it is. So if you break that down, and that's how you validate 2,000 calories, because 2,000 calories is the national recommended number, right? So each gram of protein has 4 calories, right? So that's 1 gram of protein times 4, right? So that's 4. So it's 4 calories per gram of protein. So what you're going to do is you're going to do 4 times, which is 4 times your body weight, which is
what can we do mine?
Yeah, what's your body weight?
115.
115, right? So what's 4 times 115? If we do 4,
I have to do the math.
5 times 4 is 0, 2, 4 times 1, 1.
Look
2,
at this
6,
guy.
And then 4
No
times
calculator.
466, right?
Yeah.
So it's only 466 out of 2,000
of calories. Really?
Right. So
Okay.
that's not even that big of a number.
But also, my problem is I'm like, But I don't know if it's, I guess I could Google things. I don't know how much protein is in. If I get a salad from a salad place and they put a bunch
There
of
you
chunks
go.
of chicken in it, like
4 ounces
how
of
do I?
4 ounces
I don't
of
know how much
chicken.
4 ounces is.
4 ounces of chicken has 32 grams of protein. So there you go.
But I don't know what 4 ounces looks like. How many pieces of chicken is that?
Inside of the palm of your hand,
Oh, so that's how you do it. Like if I have a piece of salmon,
right? Palm of your hand
that's
is 4
4
ounces.
ounces.
Yep.
Oh, see, that's helpful. Thank you, Jonathan.
I'm just full of wisdom.
I was
on the
like,
Hall of
I'm not a
Wisdom.
math person. I don't know ounces. Okay. So
I have a degree in accounting for those of
I'm
you that
gonna
don't know.
steal this piece of paper
Go for it. There you go.
with Jonathan's calculations. on it. So yeah,
Just full
the
of value.
universe really wants me to eat more protein because you're the third
And-
person this week that brought this up to me.
And
so
don't drink the shakes.
okay, so I'm not gonna. I was gonna buy these shakes from this woman.
No, they're
so I
making money
won't.
off of them. That's why they want to sell them to you.
I knew that, but I was like, well, maybe they're good for you.
Too many
Okay.
ingredients. I guarantee it.
I mean,
think about it. Follow the people that inspire you. What do they do? Do they drink protein shakes?
right. I don't know. Well, she did mention like, how we have to put a certain amount of protein or calories in our body to burn, right? For
Right.
our what is that called when you burn fat quickly?
So 2,000
can't-
calories is about how much our body burns throughout the day. That's why it's a 2,000 requirement to survive, to maintain our body weight. If
for
you're
our
a 5 foot-
metabolism. Sorry, I
Yeah.
couldn't think of the word, so I had to sit
Yes.
here and meditate on it. I was like, what is the
Yes.
word? Metabolism. So if you want a faster or
Metabolism?
that you actually have to eat enough calories, apparently.
It is. It's also frequency, because basically, and also like most people are addicted to sugar. So this is how it works.
I'm not. I'm
When
not.
you eat 3 times a day, it's like this,
Can
right?
the audience see that? It's
So
like this.
yes. So
like
essentially, what you're doing is your blood sugar's getting a peak, and then it gets the valley, and it gets the peak, and then it gets the valley, right? Now, what happens is every time you feed your body and you're only eating 3 times a day, your body goes into survival mode because it assumes that it's not going to be fed for about 8 to 10 hours later, right? So then what happens is that your body starts storing the fat as it goes down. And then when you hit it again with food, it gets the peak, but then it's like, oh my God, I don't know when I'm going to be fed again. So let me put my body
You're
into
saying
survival.
fasting isn't good because that sounds like
You know why fasting is good? Because you shove all of your calories into a short period of time, and then you starve your body for long periods of time. It's not great for muscle building. It's great for weight loss,
Oh.
but it's not good for muscle building. So instead, what you want to do,
I'm more of a maintaining kind of gal. So
when you eat 6 times a day, it looks like this. I'm sorry that there's photos and photos, but it looks like that. So instead of putting your body in these starvation modes,
yeah.
it's a much
And that's
smaller
what this
valley.
woman said. She said every time her body feels hungry, she'll just like eat but smaller amounts. So like
Right. And also we need to identify because there's a huge difference between hunger and appetite. So when your body's releasing dopamine and endorphins, it doesn't have an appetite. Have you ever noticed that when you're doing something fun, time passes and you're not hungry?
Yeah.
Why is that? It's because your body's releasing these
or you're
these
entertained
chemicals.
or like in sales. Like
Right.
it's way easier for me to fast when I'm at work because I'm like busy and my mind is busy.
Exactly. But when you're bored, what happens? That's when you
Right,
get an
that's-
appetite. So there's a difference between hunger and appetite. You've got to talk to your stomach. I literally have a conversation with my stomach and I say, "Are you hungry or do you have an appetite?"
I love that. I talk to my body all the time.
It works.
That's a little wellness.
There you go,
meditation
Danielle.
technique.
So for those of you that want to get more consulting, call into Owwll and I will give you some fitness advice as well. We are just multifaceted.
Ooh.
Yeah. So if you guys want a 6-pack, how tall am I? I'm about 6'3", 219 pounds, like 12% body fat. So if you guys want some
So I guess
fitness advice,
what
I
I
also do
should
that.
do, because I do I typically do the 15, 16-hour fast. And then also I need to start eating today probably at 1 o'clock. So I'll go the no eating.
Jason, should we start calling folks?
I think you might have to.
Oh, let's do that.
Another way. I'm going to take a step out for a minute.
Yeah.
I think can I leave you by yourself? Or you
I'm
think I
good. No, I can run this. I can run this.
Yeah, I think you should start calling people. Let's see. You know how to view more.
Yeah.
We'll do this.
Let's do it.
Ooh, wait. He's not live. I was gonna say I've been wanting to call Raphael because he's in marketing as well. Maybe later. We'll go live.
We'll do it. All right. Well, let me see.
I think it'd be cool to see you call someone else who's in marketing and see if you guys have like the same strategies or kind of compare notes,
Let's see what we got here.
So do you want to show like the search tool, right? So if you go to the search tool,
Oh, but
choose.
marketing.
So this is one of my favorite things about Owl is when you go to the search tool and you hit choose expertise and you're looking for a specific industry. Like I just said, oh, I want to call someone in marketing. Then I hit marketing. Oh, can they see this on the screen?
You know what? Wait, can we check something really quick? Because
Yeah.
while I was in my meeting, somebody, putting out fires. This is
Oh, we need to actually
somebody.
make sure you're on the Bluetooth.
Yeah, we are. And somebody sent
Oh,
Swampy. Swampy wanted me to talk. So let's see if we can get Swampy
So
first.
get Swampy. But as I was showing you guys, if you search, you can click a different industry and filter. So if you're looking for something specific, that will, oh yeah, give Swampy a call. I am gonna go.
Do you think,
some
girl?
more
I'm gonna
brand
talk to
ambassadors.
I'm gonna talk to
I'm
Swampy.
gonna go work on my Ellie Santra brand.
I'm not gonna punch you hard. That's a -3 right there.
Friend punch.
That's a friend punch. All right, let's do the swamps.
Swamps.
Let's do the swamps. Swampy, I'm gonna call you. There you go. Live and breathe it. Swampy, how you doing, my friend? You wanted to call, so I called you.
Can you hear me?
I could hear you, my friend. How you doing?
I just got on. How y'all doing? I literally love what you're talking about, Jonathan. I had a personal trainer as well. And just for example, like telling a sample size for your hand, okay, that's so invaluable. So thank you very much for those. It's really, I would pay you, brother, but I want to give something back to you as well.
Oh, I appreciate that. You know what? It's like I get so much fulfillment of just sharing my thoughts because if I'm being vulnerable for a second, I was even in high school, as recent as that. I was the kid that sat in the back of the class that nobody ever paid attention to. The kids in the class used to think that I only spoke Spanish. I'm Hispanic. And they had no idea that I spoke English because nobody ever saw me speak. So the fact that I get paid now to speak to people is like such a treat for me that it's endless. It's like love. It's like you can't give enough love. You can always give more love. I can always give more of myself. And the fact that people pay me to do that and I can be here and share, it's like the coolest thing ever. So thank you so much for the kind words, but I'm getting so much out of just this. You're giving to me just having a conversation right now. So I appreciate it.
Hey, yeah, I appreciate it. I go back in the old days. I know Jason probably knows this when it first came out. And I chose, to step back. I wasn't getting a lot of traction, okay? But Jason, okay, I think he's got what's going on, okay?
Yes.
By connecting with LinkedIn, okay? And again, gradually you guys are building the app with more improvements. Hey, I go back to Clubhouse. I go back to 2.5, 3 years. Most people have their first and last names. I just had Swampy on there, right? So, but I've come back. And thank you all very much. I think it's great that y'all are doing these podcasts. My big thing is the environment. I talk about climate change, clean water, and Earth Day, right? So that's kind of my focus. But just enjoy. Thank you all for having this, and happy July 13th.
I appreciate it. Do you have a few moments? I would love to talk about what your offer is and how we can attract more attention to it. So first and foremost, when we talk about climate change, Earth Day, all of these things, these are very polarizing topics that people either feel very, very passionate about or they are completely unaware of, or just, I find, I want to be careful with my language, but they just are disinterested in the topic, right? But disinterested to a fault, to the point where they're just like, as soon as they see, and correct me if I'm wrong, as soon as they see somebody talk about the topic, it's almost like vegans, yes. Evangelical Christians. It's like you have a tinfoil hat on. I'm not buying anything the media is telling me. Get away from me. I don't want to talk about it. I want to avoid this topic because it doesn't impact my top line. Therefore, it is irrelevant to me. Would you say that's a fair assessment?
Absolutely. I think the light switch, okay, is turned off automatically.
It is.
And good luck on
it. It is. It is. So I've found with a lot of clients that, for example, they're very anti-plastic or they're anti-agriculture because they're seeing how that impacts, I find, and again, it's a little cheesy, but I think it does work. It's like the people that I gravitate towards the most, and I've applied this to my own marketing, is when you look at the great gurus of our society, when you look at even like the Gandhis and Jesus and all of these characters, they are real people, but they're just as much characters as they are real people, right? When you look at all these figures, they attracted, they did not chase. So they attracted people to their movement. They saw somebody doing something special. There was a certain magic in their delivery. There was a certain magic in their words, and people were compelled to follow. They did not have to go find people to join their initiative. So I think that, leading with love is always like the biggest thing. Let's have compassion for the unaware and the uninformed, and then always tie it to what people actually care about. And I don't think that enough people are doing that. If you told me, hey, if you really cared about a park, right? Well, then it has a baseball team. And then there's a kid on the baseball team that ends up going to the
Right.
pros. It's like, and what I call it is tying the benefit to the benefit, right? So don't say, oh, well, we're going to have greener grass. It's like, okay, what is the benefit of greener grass? Kids can play on it. They can play sports. They can become pro athletes. So, something that I would lean into from a marketing perspective is what is the benefit and what is the benefit of the benefit? Benefit, greener grass. Benefit of the benefit, kids play, and hopefully one day one of those kids goes to the pros, right? And now we're tying it with something that people can tangibly care about. They see the value without tying it just directly to an initiative that maybe they don't believe in. Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah, everything you're saying is just so on target. I have a character called Swampy, and it ties exactly what you're talking about. It's kind of fun. It's an acronym: soils, waters, our animals, mankind, plants, and our youth. Okay. It's color coded, but it's a fun character. I cannot tell you exactly what you're saying. Okay. About, turning people off. I've done that for so long. Okay. And after hitting my head against the wall, I'm like, okay, I need to do something different. The other thing that I'm trying to reach out to people, when you say something about climate or clean water, people automatically get anxious, okay, and they're afraid. Well, I go back into the 60s and 70s when we had real issues of climate as well, except it was called H2SO4, what's called like acid rain, okay, rather than climate. That was the big topic. But guess what? We took action, and primarily, interesting enough, it was Richard Nixon under the Republican administration. I'm a Democrat, by the way, was the one that incorporated the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, NEPA, the Endangered Species Act, etc. Okay, but we did this before. We have done this.
That's fascinating. I think, and I think that also, as you're saying that, what's resonating with me,
Parents will come interested. Get the parents, marketing, and then you start buying products, right? So there's connection. So
right.
on that.
Right. Can you repeat it again? I actually got a disruption in the app, so I missed the last part that you were saying. Could you just re-say it again or ask the question again? I'm so sorry.
Are you talking about the acronym or later years? We went to the 1960s and 70s, and we started something called Earth Day. But under the Nixon administration, he is known for let's do some protections. He started the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water, ESA, Endangered Species Act, NEPA, the National Environmental Protection Act. Okay. And he did these things, but guess what? We took action and we have improved and cleaned up the climate. So we can do this, but it needs to start. Okay. It's got to be a front priority. And at some point, like what you're saying, make it to this is what I can connect with. You know what I'm saying? If you say something general, not, but if you make it specific and take the time to do that, Jonathan.
Right.
Yeah, that's your right.
Right. And also something that I think is really important is it's like what I love what you did with Swampy is maybe it was intentional, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it's just something about your spirit knowing when you have, let's say that you're trying to sell an offer in the fitness industry. It helps to tie it with a scientific name because it gives it more of a feeling or an impression, like, for example, P90X, right? So with P90X, by giving it, really, P90X is about muscle confusion, which is not a new idea. It's been around for hundreds of years. You know, you confuse the muscle, it grows, right? And now so the creators of P90X gave it a scientific sounding name, P90X, and it doesn't actually mean anything. Like, did you know the word Rolex doesn't mean anything? It was just the creator of Rolex liked the way that the R looked with the X, and then he put an L in the middle and then made a word out of it. Rolex doesn't mean anything, right? P90X doesn't really mean anything either. It's a scientific sounding name, and they knew from a marketing perspective, fitness is inherently, while there's like physiology and all of that stuff, you know, when it comes down to it, it is not perceived as a sophisticated market. It's got the perception of, dude, could you get my food outside from outside? Thanks, dude. It has a certain perception to it, right? Now, what I have found is that when it comes to environmental, when it comes to government-related things, you need to do the inverse. You need to tone it down and make it a little bit more colorful and whimsical and magical, because there is this this degree of seriousness that things are taken where people say, I'm not touching that, it's too complex. You know, it's the opposite of the fitness industry. So I love that you're leaning into Swampy. What I would consider doing if I was in your position and I want this Swampy idea to really go viral, what I would do if I were you, and I would go all in on this because I've done it time and time again with people in different industries and it works, write a kid's book. And with the time that we live in, you can hire somebody on Fiverr, you create the copy, and literally, Swampy, I could help you develop this in real time. You write the copy, general outline. You leverage AI to help you with really targeting, you know, let's call it 6 to 10-year-olds. You write out the narrative. You send a little bit of a storyboard to Fiverr editors. They actually create the illustrations, and it could cost you maybe $200, and you could put together a really nice document where you have this kid's book. And then what I would do is I'd go around to schools and just say, hey, can I just leave this in the office? Can I just leave this in the in the common area? You know, it's just for you guys here. Just take a couple copies. And then in the first page of the book, just like write down a little note. Hey, if you would love one extra copy of this, here's my number. Call me. And we have found that this actually converts. Now, I've had people like in the chiropractic industry that they'll leave it in their office and it converts, kids' books, what have you. And maybe it would cost you $200, $300 to put together from start to finish. And there you go. You could, and then from there, you could sell the asset. You could, you know, put it into book fairs. You could have a TV show that gets created because of the idea from the book. And that would be a great way to just take it to the next level. Any thoughts? I guess he's super sold on that. I may have lost him, but there you go, guys. Now you can see how to do it. Good. Awesome. All right. So that was Swampy, my friends. Did you get it? Okay, cool. Yeah. Awesome. So who do we have next? If you guys are on Owl, feel free to call. Let's hear from you. Let's hear from you. So many great creators on Owl. Love it. Let's check out what we have here. And I could get into some topics as well. Now that we're talking about how to, any of you guys, maybe even in the comments section, like, what is your offer? What are some of your challenges? What are some of the obstacles that I could help you overcome? Let's see. Fly like an evil. What's up? Love the costume. We're getting some great comments, guys. Thank you for that. So how can I help all of you? I can keep talking marketing stuff. There we go. Join the call. That's all, guys. Join the call. Doing great. Cool, guys. All right. So I can keep talking a little bit about live streaming. Why are we doing live streaming? Number one, when you have a badass studio like this, why wouldn't you? But in addition to that, when I used to create short videos, although I see the value in short form content, I am arguably a much bigger believer in the long form content. And why is that? When you do, and this is the example that I use, how many of you, oh, we got a call. We got Ro Love, psychic medium. Yes. This is my jam. This is my jam. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is it Ro
Hello.
Love? Is it Ro Love? Is that how I pronounce it?
Yeah, you can call me Ro. My name's Ro A, but you call me Ro.
Ro.
What's going on?
No, I'll call you Ro A. I want to pronounce it right. Do you know how excited I am for this conversation right now? You have
Really?
and I'm not, I ain't being like that. I'm like legit. I am so excited about this conversation. I have been wanting to talk to a psychic for like 6 months now. Like a medium,
What's
and I'm
taking you
like,
so long?
it like the honor is all mine. I am so excited to be talking to you right now. So please, how can I help you so you can find a way to help me, girl? What can I do for you first?
Oh, well, you know what it is. I onboarded with Owl back in April, and I want to say that this is one of my most favorite platforms. I love the way
Owl's
you
one of
guys
your
are so.
favorite platforms. Say it for the audience. Thank you. Thank you. Always great to hear.
No, it's one of my most favorite platforms. Like when I found this app, it fits so perfectly into my business model.
Great.
And I like the way that everything goes on the app, and I like that you could just pick up the phone and call somebody.
Yes.
You know, right now I'm expecting, and I'm having like a really high risk pregnancy, and I've been in and out of the hospital, and so I haven't been able to be as active as I wanted to be. But then I got a notification today, and I see that you're having the Halloween-a-thon, and I'm like, no, I'm not missing this event. So I
love
got up this
it.
morning, ate some
Yeah,
breakfast,
thank you.
and I'm
Thank
like,
you.
I'm calling in today, so I'm feeling good. And I'm happy to be on the phone with you. So I wanted
Yes.
you to tell me a little bit about yourself and how are you liking the Owl platform? How long have you been here?
Oh man, I've known Jason since about 2020, and we finally came together to collaborate on this. And this will be up your realm. I'm from Miami, Florida, and
Okay, yeah, I live there.
there's not a lot of owls in Miami, right? But what I
Yeah.
noticed, and this is so up your alley, is every every 1st and 18th for about 4 months, there would be an owl, a white owl that would visit me. And this was in 2018 through 2019. Every 1st and
Wow.
the 18th, an owl would visit me. Like it would hang out, and I have photos to prove it. An owl would just like kind of like sit on my perch, and I would see it, and I was like, what the hell is the universe trying to send me? What is the message, right? And so
Yeah.
when I saw the Owl app, I just got like these tingles in my body. I was like, oh, maybe this is what it is. And let me tell you, since the moment that I signed with Jason, my business has transformed so much. I literally have
Wow.
goosebumps. Y'all can see it. My business
Yeah, I
has
can feel
transformed
it.
so much because it's like I feel like maybe there was some kind of divine alignment that comes. And owls have been visiting me up until recently, and recently they've dropped off a little bit, and I guess that means I'm good. But owls had been visiting me when this past year I kind of went through the toughest part of my life ever, and I was trying to lean on something greater than myself to find direction. And every time I would see an owl, I'm like, okay, I'm right where I need to be, you know? So, yeah, like I've been on social media since late 2019, really took advantage of the pandemic. And when everybody went digital, marketing really blew up online, social media, what have you. So I saw a lot of success with that. But yeah, that's kind of been my journey. So the owls, they follow me. Anything you could share about that from your area of
Yeah,
expertise?
I was like, I can't wait to tell him. So the white owl is actually a representation of a spirit animal, or what we would call like a totem animal, right?
Ooh, okay.
Or I would say Native American. So like my family, they're Native American, but they're indigenous to Jamaica. So we're Taino Arawak.
Yes.
And when I saw your picture, I immediately was like, oh yeah, he's got something indigenous is going there. So when you told me about the owl, I was like, oh, okay, totem animals are speaking to him. So the owl, the white owl specifically, it represents wisdom and knowledge. And it also has a correlation to transformation and the afterlife. So it could mean like maybe there is a ancestor or a spirit guide that's trying to communicate a message of what is to come.
Wow.
Because owls usually tell us about what is on the way, what is coming to us, right?
Wow.
And then lastly, when you see an owl, it can also represent like a sudden influx of wealth and abundance, especially the white owl.
That's
Like,
always
it
a
could just
great
like
thing.
a sudden of wealth and abundance, and then once the wealth and abundance shows up, you start to see different symbolization. So you notice the owl, because a white owl in Miami is very rare. I live down here.
Right.
But yeah, yeah. So now what you have to do is like you have to layer your esoteric knowledge, right? Because this is how the ancients used to communicate with each other, through symbols. So a lot of people are afraid of the occult because they think it's like bad juju, but there are symbolisms and there are certain that cross our paths every day that we miss. Like, let me tell you something. Do you know that last week I was so sick? I was hospitalized. And while I was in the hospital, I kept telling my fiance, babe, I need you to go and play these 3 numbers. I need you to go play these 3 numbers.
Ooh.
And I shit you not. Do you know that on October 9th, the freaking numbers played, the pick 3?
Really?
Like,
holy shit.
Yes, I got the message for the numbers every day for like 5 days.
Wow.
And I was in the hospital and I got that butterfly feeling. You know, when you're at the top of a roller coaster and you're about to fall, like it's about to drop you. And I was just like, man, if I don't play those numbers tonight. And it played that evening, October 9th, those numbers played. That's when I said to myself, I am going to stop thinking that some of the things that happen to me, because I'm a psychic, I help people all the time. But, you know, I'm thinking to myself, I never play the lotto. I don't gamble. Like, what? But I should have gambled that day, okay? I really should have gambled.
and you know, and for people, because I know that there are skeptics in the audience, let me tell you something. As a marketer, the hardest thing for me to do is market for myself. As a website developer, the hardest thing for them to do is develop their own website. And correct me if I'm wrong, for psychics, the hardest thing for them is to actually embody their own psychic advice. So when people say it's like, oh, well, why doesn't everybody play the lottery? It's like, you don't understand. When you are too deep in the trenches of yourself, for whatever reason, you are the most resistant to helping yourself. I don't know why it is that way. It just seems like it.
Yeah, that's exactly the way that it is. But really, it's all about, and you know, I have a private community on this app called the Backstage Army app. It's this brand new little app. No one really knows about it, but it allows you to, like, you know, have a real intimate, you know, connection with your fans. And yesterday I just made a post about spiritual leadership and living the human experience, and how even as spiritual leaders, we have to know when to take a step back and take time off and say, you know, I do have these followers, I do have these devoted supporters, but in order to nurture them and teach them what they need to know, I have to make sure that I'm still continuing my journey. I'm still going through trial and error. I'm still edifying myself, because if I don't edify myself and improve myself, then how can I turn around and teach people about what they may run
Absolutely.
into?
But that's,
you know,
that's a very type A personality, a very type A mentality, to always be striving for more. So I'm going to commend you first and foremost. Like, you're built different. You know what I mean? You're not, you are not the majority, you know, but I love what you shared about that. It kind of made me lead into something, a thought that I've been having though. And I was hoping that maybe you could help me with this. Sometimes when I look back, and this has been more often than not, but sometimes I'll look at pictures of myself and I'm like, I feel like that isn't me. Like, as if we have shifted dimensions or timelines or something like that, which I don't know if you can skip timelines or you can move through timelines. I know that time itself is a human creation. It's a mutually agreed upon thing, but time really isn't a thing. The birds and the bees don't know Monday from Friday, right? We invented all of these things, right? We know that there is, you know, there's the sun and the moon. We don't even know why we go to sleep, right? So there's so many unanswered questions. But have you ever felt that before, where it's like, for some reason, I feel like maybe there's multiple timelines moving. They talk about Mandela effect. They talk about, this is my jam.
Yeah, that's definitely happening.
But tell me, what are your thoughts about some of these things?
So on a quantum level, absolutely, I wholeheartedly believe in the ability to jump timelines. And I think even the phrase jumping timelines is it does no justice to what is actually happening on a molecular level.
Mm.
I believe that on a molecular level, like everything is interacting and communicating with each other. But because we operate on the macrocosm, it's so easy to overlook the microcosm.
Whoa.
And yeah, like we're not thinking, wait, are my molecules communicating to the other? Like, of course, because your lymphatic system would need to know when to release white blood cells to protect you, you know? So this is something we have to take into consideration all the time.
Right.
But it's easy to overlook because we have so many goals, and so we're always trying to look for the next frontier, the next big thing.
Right.
But the funny thing is, we can never move on to the next big thing unless we understand the little things that go into it. So I say
Oh
that to
my
say this.
God, I was just saying that. It's so true. It's so true.
On a quantum level, you can timeline jump when you take the time to look at the small things that got to where you are today. And when you identify those decisions that you created that aligned you with your current, then you know exactly what decisions you need to make to align with the timeline that you wish to be in. Like I said, the beginning of my pregnancy has been terrible. I've been diagnosed with a condition that only 3% of women get in pregnancy. And it's to the point where I was borderline organ failure and needing a blood transfusion. I had to change my timeline. I got on an app. I was in an audio room talking to a couple of my spiritual sisters, and they spoke life over me. They did sound bowls. They did hydration therapy. I was so dehydrated from vomiting. And literally within 3 hours, I stood up out of the hospital bed and told the doctor that I've been here for a week and they have not been able to find out what's wrong with me. And I'm just going to go ahead and trust my ancestors. And ever since then, I came home. My AC was broken. All of a sudden, it was fixed. You know, my landlord was being nice.
Right. Right.
I have a visiting nurse now. I've got all the medication I need. I don't even need to go to the hospital anymore. My nurse comes to the house, and my baby is doing amazing. And I'm due in February.
God
That's a
bless.
completely different timeline. And that's simply because I said to myself, okay, things are happening around me physically, but I know nothing can manifest in the physical without first becoming a thought.
Oh,
so
hit him with
let
it.
Me,
Hit
let
him with
me
it.
think about, let me get control over my mind and my thought process and understand that I control this. I control the narrative. And no matter how much my body feels sick, I can't let my body tell us what the narrative is. I have to say, you know what? I know you're sick right now, but you're not driving this ship. And once you do that, once your mind is made up and you make that decision, your physical being has no choice but to follow the higher self. And that's essentially what you have to do. You have to understand that you are your higher self operating in a vehicle. So, you know, whatever you want to call your body, a Tesla, a Bugatti, like whatever you want to say, but you're driving a vehicle and you can't let the car tell you what to do. And if you want to get from Winn-Dixie to Whole Foods because you don't like what they're selling there, you have to drive from point A to point B. You can't just expect to teleport to Whole Foods, right?
So true.
So,
and this like
yeah,
leans
you have
this
to
leans into
navigate your
like
way.
this is where people get manifesting wrong, right? They
Yeah.
think if I just sit on my couch and watch Netflix and think happy thoughts, my dreams will become a reality. They miss the most important element, which is you got to move. You got to move the vehicle towards that goal. It's not enough to just try to manifest this thing and you have to create the blueprint and the timeline, and then we got to move towards it. And that's you have to take action, right? It's not just, you know, God is not just going to give us everything we want. He'll give us what we need, and what we need are the tools to get there. But you still got to do the work.
Yes, work. Faith without work is nothing.
I love that. There we go. There we go.
Yeah.
I love that. And something that I wanted to kind of touch on a little bit and want to hear your perspective on as well is I feel like what her and I are sharing right now is this is the stuff that the media doesn't want you to hear. This is the stuff that that we have so much. They want us to feel like we don't have control. We don't have control of our reality. We need to work corporate. We need to do the 9 to 5. We need to work Monday through Friday, which is something that Henry Ford created way back in the day. This was not how humans are supposed to operate at all, you know, and they want us to believe that what, you know, mediums and psychics and manifesting and all of these topics, timelines, and all the things that we're touching on don't exist, or it's witchcraft, or it's this and that. It's like, no, these are actually the answers. This is actually what moves the needle.
Yes.
They just don't want you to believe
This is
it.
the Da Vinci Code.
Oh my gosh, yes, yes. So what are some of your thoughts about that in terms of how, you know, sometimes these topics are very taboo or vilified by our society, but they're actually the answers. You know, did it take a lot? Did you get a lot of resistance from family, friends, or did they always like
Absolutely.
allow you to lean into some of these beliefs?
Listen, I'm the bad guy even up until today. You
Stop
know,
it. Stop
I
it.
am the bad guy. And you know what? I've embraced it. I've embraced the term witch. I've embraced witchcraft. Because it's like, okay, now that you're done projecting your perspective of something you know nothing about, will you allow me to teach you? Or are you so attached to your cognitive dissonance that you don't want to expand your consciousness?
And I love the
Are you
words you
that
use. Yes.
subscribed to the dogmatic practicality of life?
Right. Right.
Like, because if that's what you choose, you know what? No matter what you call me, I have to respect your space. I have to
Yes.
respect that you've decided for yourself. You've chosen a timeline that offers a ceiling that one day you'll get tired of, but I can't be tired of it for you.
Right.
So you have to follow that path until that path doesn't work for you. Now, for some people, that path works for them and they do it for their whole life and the next life and the next life. And that's okay. You can pick the path that aligns with your form of understanding. However, I find that it is often very foolish to shun wisdom, even when it doesn't align with what you're practicing or believe, because even if you think it's a bad thing to do, right? Anything that's bad that might be in my environment in one way or another, I would want to know about it so I know what it looks like, because it would be my intention to avoid it, right?
Right. 1,000%. 1,000%. And
Oh, I'm always dealing with that type of resistance. I get called a witch. I've been invited to radio shows for interviews that turn into witch hunt. You know, I've been smack in the middle of all of it. But I stand firm, and I always lean on this. Why is what I've decided for myself in my life affecting you to the point where you would want to hunt me? That means that something in you is telling you this is true. But
exactly.
what you were taught before is it's messing with your head. Like, you're not really mad at me. You don't really think I'm evil, because if you thought that, you wouldn't be talking to me.
Exactly.
You're just curious, and while you're curious, you're also trying to defend what you were either taught or what you have selected to follow. So it is really a tight spot for them. I try to be very compassionate and understanding. But there are some times that you do have to tell people, like, you know what, you do what works for you, I do what works for me, and we're just gonna kind of, work it out like that. But Jonathan, that's anywhere you go. I mean, people argue about Democratic parties, football teams. I mean, you name it.
Oh my God. If we touch on that, it's like, I feel like, and it kind of like sucks with our society, especially like everything that's going on with Israel and Palestine. But I have a core belief, and it's like, whatever the media is telling you to do the opposite, because whatever, they have a narrative. When I saw, and again, this is probably really, controversial to say, but when I saw a bunch of influencers talking about Israel, my radar went off. I'm like, what's the real story here? What is the narrative? What is the programming that they're trying to instill in us? And I immediately have a resistance. Now, what I will say about that, I'm curious. I do not make judgments. I say I'm curious, and then I always lean on, I don't know enough about the topic to give my opinion, but I am curious about it, right? And I think that that's really what's missing in our society today is curiosity, and you even touched on it. It's like, I judge no one. I go in with curiosity and interest, but I do not judge. I don't care if it is the most, like, even if I have like strong beliefs about something, we all grow and adapt and evolve, and we all should constantly be challenged. Somebody that does not challenge the Bible, somebody that does not challenge the different spiritualities and beliefs and practices, I'm like, that's a very narrow viewpoint. And when people get triggered by just asking a question, it's almost like I already know in my mind, I understand that there is there's a ceiling to which I can have a relationship with this person, because if they're not willing to even hear it out, it's like, okay, fine. I understand the type of relationship we're going to have, and you make your call from there. But like, do you feel like you've always had a very curious mind, even from like childhood, about things, especially because you don't end up here by mistake? I don't believe there's
just talked to
coincidence.
dead people all my life, and I was curious as to why it was happening to me, and I didn't know they were dead. So at first I thought they were like imaginary friends. And then, of course, you tell your family that you're talking to people no one else can see. You know what they're going to
Of
do.
course, of
And
course, of course.
yeah, right. And then when that didn't work, they took me to church and I got baptized. And then I got baptized again and it wasn't going away. So
That's hilarious. I thought I got rid of it, and then like one night, Sally from the 1920s comes by. Can I ask you about this? Because this is like it's such. I live across the street from a cemetery, to give you some context, because I feel
me
like
too.
really.
Me
Oh my
too.
God! Look at it.
Yes, and I love it. I hang out there. But go ahead. I'm listening.
Yes. Okay. My belief is that cemeteries are places of love, and our society has them all wrong. People
Yup.
fear, but when you think about it, when you go to a cemetery, it's in remembrance of somebody's spirit that you cared about. So when I go
Mhm.
to a cemetery, I'm like, this is a place of love. I want to be around the cemetery, but everybody's like, oh, evil spirits, ghouls, goblins, and I'm like, no, you guys got it wrong. Like it ain't like
Yeah,
that. It's
I
a
have an interesting take on the cemetery too.
hit me with it.
So the black gates around the cemetery are actually fortified iron, and iron is actually used to bar spirits from crossing over. So when you
Really?
bury someone in a cemetery, it's actually just my personal opinion. It's a form of imprisonment, and it doesn't allow your ancestor to be able to come back and reach you across the veil if
Wow.
anything's going on with you. So you're actually imprisoning your ancestor, and they're actually, when you venerate your ancestors, like if you were to have a picture with a candle, any kind of altar, whether it's extravagant like a simple picture and a candle, or even a shrine, when you invoke or you venerate that energy, you invite that spirit to continue to protect and love you the same way they did when they were in their avatar. They're still, remember, energy cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only be transferred or changed. So no one dies. And I've actually been clinically dead. And anyway, that's a different conversation. But nobody dies. Energy actually transfers. So when you put them in a cemetery behind a black gate, which is made of iron, they can't come out. So there's just, when I walk by the cemetery, I just always see like spirits walking across the lawn. That's all they do all day, is just walk across the freaking lawn in circles. They can't do anything.
I wish
And
you
some
could
of them are
see.
not happy.
I wish you could see the expression on my face. Like my jaw was just like on the floor as you were explaining all of that.
Yeah, it's so sad actually. When I transitioned, I told my fiance, listen, I want us to number one, be buried on our land. And number two, don't just put me in the ground. Like I want one of those biopods where it like turns
Yes.
into a tree. I
Right.
want one of those. Like I want to give back all the way up until the point where I'm buried. Like I want to be connected with the earth at all times. I want to be able to move freely back and forth as my descendants need me, and I want them to remember who I am and keep an altar of some sort. So if you ever need me, I can come back.
So here's my question for you. Let's say, because I have a belief that everybody, for the most part, is good. Now you have people that maybe don't live the most honored life.
Yeah.
So my question is, like, when you talk about how spirits can continue to support you in the afterlife, what do we do about the individuals that they just had a really rough childhood? They didn't have a great adulthood and they passed on, but they didn't leave, necessarily the light. Can
Yeah.
it work? I hate to do it, but this is social
Yeah,
media.
you can invoke them yeah.
Can
So
they,
there's two types.
yeah, can they actually bring you down if they have that freedom?
Yeah, they can. Yeah, they
Okay.
can. So
Okay.
whoever they were when they were here. So when everyone's born with an energy, and that can be you can find out what your energetic code is for every incarnation by looking at your natal chart or your birth chart and
Mhm.
getting a professional astrologer to read it and explain to you what happened in your past life, what character traits came from your past life, how are they affecting you now, why did you incarnate here, who are you supposed to help, what career aligns with, like I do this for my clients. So when we get into things like this, so if you have an ancestor, usually before you venerate them, you want to look at their natal chart, you want to understand their life and what their purpose, because you don't want to go venerating someone that is still
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
You don't want to do that.
and what I love about it is, from a marketing perspective, you have led with so much value, and then it's like, oh, by the way, I do this for my clients. I'm already hooked. I'm like, I want to learn more. I want her to look at my whole chart. My sun is Pisces. My ascending is Aries. My
Oh,
moon is
wow.
Aries. I'm a boiling fish.
Listen,
fish.
I'm an Aries sun, a Leo ascendant, and a Sagittarius moon.
That is so much fire. Holy
Yeah, straight
moly.
fire. Yeah,
So
my
much
friend
fire.
called me the triple fire goddess, and like I have a reputation. So like in my circle, I'm the wise one. I'm the one that knows all the esoteric stuff, or like someone could be talking about something coincidental. I'm like, that there's no coincidence in that.
There's
That's
not.
actually,
There's
know,
not.
and they'll be like, wow, how do you know that? But then like I'm also because I think maybe sometimes I'm too serious. And it's because I take this place very seriously. It's not a joke. So it's just like they'll go, oh girl, you got a hot head, you know, like so all of my lady friends are cancer women. And I'm talking like Cancer sun, Cancer ascendant, Cancer moon, like Cancer,
wow.
Cancer.
So they are
You know?
deep in it. They're deep in their
So,
emotions. Yeah.
yeah, but you know what? That kind of that brings me back down to reality, because as a fire sign, or having those fire placements in your big three like that, it can make you very initiatory. You know, like let's do it now. Let's not wait. What are we waiting for? But we sometimes do need to emotionally evaluate why things are going the way they're going. So having that balance is very important. So going back to the natal chart and the veneration of spirits, you want to know who you're venerating before you venerate them. But even on a deeper level, Jonathan, even if you decide to go into business with someone, like let's say you and I, December 15, 2023, we're going to do a podcast episode together. You know, I'm going to look at my ephemeris to see what's happening on that day, to see if the hour that we're even hosting the podcast is the appropriate hour for that type of topic. Like if we're having a topic about flow and abundance and things coming in easily and positivity, I would want to make sure that we're doing it on Thursday, which is the day of Jupiter, during the hour of Jupiter, so that we can have the excess amount of abundant flow that we need, because everyone that is in need of abundance would call into that podcast on that day, right? So I would go even deeper into understanding astrology and energy, because, you know, as above, so below, as within, so without.
Yes.
So if it's happening, if the moon can affect our mood, what can Jupiter do? What can Venus do? You know, like, and if you really look at these placements, it is going to amaze you how accurate it is. Like how accurate it is. Like, did you know that when they overturned, and I know this is touchy, but it really goes with this topic. Okay, so just trigger warning to anyone listening.
Oh, come on.
Touchy topic,
yeah,
right?
you guys are in the wrong place if you're worried about this.
Yeah, but like, you know, Roe versus Wade. Did you know that law was overturned? Like when they abolished abortion, it was overturned on the day that we were actually having a stellium. So we had Mars, Venus, Saturn, Jupiter, and what was the other one? Mercury. So Mercury is about communication. Mars is about war. Venus represents the divine feminine, right? They did it during the daytime, so that's alignment with the sun, which represents masculine energy. Jupiter for expansion, but also for esoteric wisdom and deeper, like higher level of knowledge, which means that it's something that would either reign in the Supreme Court or some sort of university or some high level of prestigious knowledge. Like if you look at all of that, it was the perfect day to overturn a law that would shake the country.
And if you think that they don't know all these things, and if you think it was coincidental, then you are uninformed, my friend. There is a reason why they do these things. They know,
and then they tell
information.
you to go and do a different. They tell you to go practice something else and tell you that this is witchcraft and you shouldn't do it.
Right. But those running the show understand these different modalities. They understand these different tactics, these things, and I'm sure that, and that's why they don't want you to know about it and lean into it, because as soon as we
can you imagine? But can we knock them? Can we knock them for protecting the wisdom? Listen, a gun on the table loaded with no safety is not a danger to anyone. It becomes a danger when someone comes around the gun touching it. And now we need to know who's touching the gun, right? So occultism, wisdom, just knowledge and information, if in the right hands, it can be a tool. But in the wrong hands, it could be a weapon. And, you know, we're not in the same energy every day. You have some times where you feel completely benevolent, but then you have your malicious days. And what if on a malicious day, you're someone that knows how to do something that could hurt others?
World War III.
and you're not mature enough to say, I'm not going to start World War III, you know? Or what if you wake up one day and drop 5,000 bombs on innocent women and children?
Which is, and I think that like what we're leaning into is like lower vibrational people, right? Like, and we know the energy of a low vibrational person, right? And if you give a low vibrational person all of these tactics, it's like I can't even imagine what that looks like, you know? But it's chaos. Yes.
So it's a double-edged sword. It's like we're not going to tell the public because we're going to protect the public. But then we have people in high positions that don't check themselves. Going back to what I was saying, as spiritual leaders, we have to step down from the egotistical aspect of presenting ourselves as spiritual figures and understand that at any given moment you could get humbled. You could be a spiritual figure all you want, but you could get humbled real quick. And you could have a very human experience that ruins your reputation. So every day you need to be making sure you're crossing your T's and dotting your I's, and you're discussing with the people around you. Just like I love talking about my hardships and my tribulations and even transgressions against other people that I do. Like, hey man, I said this to the person. Do you think I should apologize? This is why I said it. You have to do that. You have to know when to apologize so you can free someone from an accountability that doesn't belong to them. Because then that might turn into a generational trauma that gets projected onto the people that are in their lives. Like, we have to be accountable, and not many of us are doing that. And as a spiritual figure, I'm realizing that accountability goes so much further than someone that owes you, your flowers. It's giving flowers to other people. It's correcting your behavior and doing the right thing so people can trust you and know, like, okay, this person's doing the work. And I know that when I'm ready to do the work, I can go here and ask them, hey, I'm having a hard time with this. Can I talk to you about this and this? But that's not what it is. You got people that are afraid to ask someone for $5 on Cash App because of how they will be looked at just for asking for $5.
Okay. So we need to tie all this together because I have a proposal for you. It's like, okay. So in terms of social, how much social media are you currently doing?
Man, listen, I could do better with social media. I really could improve.
Okay, because I want
have my apps that I love, but there's definitely room for growth.
There is no transaction to this because it's very rare that, I watch so much social media content. It's so easy to get jaded, but it's like just this conversation. You can go back and watch all my other shit. Very rarely will I have my jaw dropped and say to myself, oh my God, this is great. Like legitimately great. I want to help you. I don't know to what degree, but I want to work with you because I think that you really have some profound things to share, and we need to share this with the masses, but do it the right way and do it in a way where this could be used for good and not for, how some people may use it. And I know that that's a generality. It's not fair of me to say, but we need to do something with this. So I would love to have a conversation with you another time where we could discuss like some real social strategy, because I'd love to be a part of this. I think you're saying a lot of incredible things, and it needs to be broadcast to the masses because this is so good. So please, if we could have a conversation at another time and go deeper into this, I would love to. Yeah.
We could totally do that.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to hop to the next one, but it was so good to talk to you, and I was so excited about this call as soon as I saw it come through, but you just you took it to a completely different. I was not expecting this. I thought you were going to pull out your crystal ball and tell me about, what I was manifesting this week, but you did something so much greater for all of us. So thank you so much for sharing. And I want to keep having this conversation.
If you ever want one, just request one. I don't like to push. Some people are, they're not ready.
Yeah.
When you're ready, you'll tell me you're ready.
I love that. Thank you so much for your time. And let's catch up soon.
Thank you for taking the call.
Yes. No, you are incredible. If you haven't heard it enough times today, you are absolutely incredible. Jaw-droppingly incredible. Thank you so much for sharing.
All righty. Well, I'm going to jam. I'm going to go get my day started. I'm really happy that I got to, reach out and talk to you. Say hi to everybody over there for me, please.
I will. I won't forget this one. So thank you so much. And we'll talk soon. All right.
All right. Talk to you later. Bye.
Take care. Wow. What was all of that? And this is one of those times where I'm taking my own belief on this. It's like, I don't care what y'all say. If you don't believe or you do believe, you got to respect it, because what a fascinating conversation. What a fascinating topic that we just touched on. When it comes to all that stuff, like I used to, I remember a good friend of mine, somebody that I held in a very high regard for a very long time. They used to speak a lot about energy, and I was very hesitant or uncertain of all of that kind of stuff, but it's a very real thing, and I'm a massive believer in people's energy, and we've got another one. We got Aurea. How are you doing, Aurea? So great to hear from you. You're live on LinkedIn, and you are here. How you doing today?
I am doing great. I saw you having this owl-a-thon. I'm like, oh yes, I'm gonna jump into this.
I
I'm so
love
proud of you.
it.
How fun is this?
It is so much fun. I can't believe I'm doing it again, but we are knocking it off great, and we still got a long way to go. So I'm so excited to speak to you once again. We did have a little
You make me
conversation.
jealous. I want to live closer to the
Oh, I'm
owl
coming to
headquarters and
Georgia.
come in too.
I see we travel a lot. Just to give you some context, I flew into Bronx, drove to Buffalo, which was about 7 hours. Then from Buffalo, I drove to Manhattan, about 6, 7 hours also. Then I drove from DC, flew
Oh
from
my
DC
God.
to Orlando to Miami. So please, when you tell me Georgia, I'm like, that's just a hop, a skip, and a jump away. So
I
I would
love it. I
love
love
to. And that was all in a week. So why not? Why not bring me over to Georgia? I actually like. Let me tell you, Atlanta is one of my favorite cities in the U.S. I feel like it is so underrated, and it is just such a beautiful place. Perfect weather because Miami's super hot. California is way
Yeah.
too political, and New York is somewhat too chaotic. So I absolutely love Atlanta. I love Georgia. Great place.
We do too. We do too. I live in the suburbs, so we can get into the chaos of the city when we want to, but then drive back home 40 minutes out of the city and live in 3 acres.
Yes.
So it's great. We love it. And I'm having some events here, some mix and mingles next week. So we'll have to do this offline and get you up here to some of these mix and mingles I have.
I can't wait. I can't wait. So
Yeah.
I'd love for people that are unaware of your brilliance, can you just share your story one more time for everyone? Because I just think it's so incredible. And for those that may not be familiar, I think they need a little re-intro. Can we do that?
Oh, thank you,
Yeah,
Jonathan. Well,
course.
anytime I can get the microphone and give people hope, I just love to do that. So, the Reader's Digest version of this is I should not be able to be talking to you today on the phone. They took out my vocal cord nerve in 1999, along with half of both my lungs and my thymus and the lining around my heart, and they disconnected half my diaphragm. And they told me I'd never speak again above a faint whisper. But that is when my actual life began speaking.
Wow.
After they told me it'd be impossible, then I was called to speak. I had to recover from the chemo, and I did, because as you can see, it's 23 years ago, cancer-free. But the journey started then, and everything I wasn't supposed to do, including my little girl dream of winning an Emmy Award, which was my little girl dream, I
Wow.
won at 48 years old, a few years after they told me never speak, for having a TV talk show spotlighting nonprofits and the heroes of this world.
Goosebumps.
It was a win-win, and God just has such great things in store for all of us. Just never give up hope. Because if I can do that at 48, after they told me I'd never do it again, way beyond the Hollywood years of being a 22-year-old wanting to be a movie star, and doing it for a good cause, anybody's dreams can come true. It just may not look like what you're thinking it's going to look like. So keep on keeping on and be willing to pivot and collab and do things differently in your world of expertise and in the world you love, whatever that is. And never feel you're too old or too anything to make it happen. It just might look different than what you've been wishing for, hoping for, and praying for.
Beautiful.
It just may not be our way, but it's going to be greater. Trust
So,
me.
question for you. Sean, can I get
Yeah.
So the question for you is, what do you say to the 40-year-old, 42-year-old, 45-year-old that maybe they feel like my time's passed. I need to stay in, and the key word being comfort. I need to stay in the comfortable career. I need to stay in my lane. I need to just keep doing what I'm doing. It's too late to start. What kind of words of wisdom and even maybe some tactical advice would you give to the person that feels like I'm kind of done at 40?
Well, first and foremost, I feel that all the time. I just turned 62 last week.
You are not 62. Stop it. Stop it. My dad turned 60. He's full of white hair, so I just assume that's what happens.
Oh my gosh. Well, that's why, we're all blonde here.
It could be.
It's a good thing. But first thing I'd say, I didn't even dawn the TEDx stage until I was 60. But I feel their pain because I still feel that pain all the time. There's days I feel like if I have to learn one more new app or one more new AI tool, or oh my gosh, just when you think you master one thing, the whole world goes AI and all this stuff that is so beyond what we would have even imagined growing up in our day. But you know what? You got to feel the pain and then reach out to coaches and mentors that are where you want to be. They can help take you to that next step. So you're not going to do it alone. If it's overwhelming and you're feeling that, oh my gosh, I just can't learn one more thing, or I don't even know where to start, reach out to someone. Even if it's somebody, just get some free mentorship. The Owl app is a perfect place for this. And it was just a great segue. I wasn't even planning on, but it does work. You can reach out to people for dollars here and really talk to experts like yourself, Jonathan, and people in their industry. Find people that are doing what you want to do or what you dream about pivoting to do, and have conversations, because you'll never know what'll happen next. If you just open up your heart to say, okay, you're never too old. There's people in their 90s still crushing it. So get that off the plate, and then just start calling people here on the Owl app and having conversations and see what happens. You don't have to figure it out before you make a call, before you reach out to someone, because you don't do this world alone. You don't do this life alone. I always have mentors, coaches, and people ahead of me taking me places. So, and then I reach back and take other people to where I am. So it's a village. And that's why I love the Owl app. It's a village, and we're helping each other.
I love that so much. And also, like, I want to touch on something because I want to hear maybe what your thoughts are on this. I think that people also, when it comes to age, I think that people tend to look at their own stories and their own lives and their timeline with rose-colored glasses, because, like, it's easy for me to say, oh, when I was 18 or 15 or 12, I had more energy than I did when I was than I am now. But I think that sometimes we overestimate how much energy we actually had when we were younger. Because, like, what I did is and I don't know if this is relevant or not. Maybe, I hope it is, but I wrote down, it's like, okay, what were the habits that I had when I was like 15 years old, right? Obviously, I have a lot more responsibility, but it's like I still sat on the couch for 6 hours and watched a TV show. I remember skipping workouts. I remember that I wasn't focused in school, and it's like, wait a second. I don't think that my energy levels have changed as much as they think or they say that they have. And I think that also, when you're in alignment with where you are really supposed to be, there is an energy that I have never had in my entire life
Yeah.
that has come through when I'm in alignment with what I'm supposed to be doing. I think low energy and aging and all of those things is a byproduct of lack of alignment. So I would love to hear some of what you have to share about that.
You're so right. You're right on point, because I know people that are 85 years old that have more energy than me or any 16-year-old.
I love
I know
that.
21-year-olds. Yeah, I mean, they're climbing mountains. They're in great shape. They're at the gym running circles around the young kids. It's a choice and it's habit. And you're right. When you're excited about something, you get energy. But then it's how we take care of our body, which none of us are perfect. But we know that we can get more energy by, the foods we put in, the fuel we put into our body, all the stuff we all know we need to do better. Some do better than others. But even if you can make it a little bit better each day, I don't think it has much to do with age, as you're saying, either, because I many times have more energy now and more motivation than I did when I was 20, not eating right and, running around or burning the candle at both ends and all that. So you're absolutely right. It's a choice, and we don't have to give into, oh my gosh, I'm 60. I'm more tired. I think I'll take a nap. If you're excited and you're taking care of yourself, like I said, there's you can go on YouTube and you can go on Instagram and see a lot of 80 and 90-year-old men and women running marathons and climbing mountains and running circles around all of us. It's a choice. It's a lifestyle choice.
It so is. It so is. And one more question I want to ask you is, when you were going through all your struggles and your life obstacles and all the things that you've been through, oh, sorry about that. I lost the Owl app for a second. So when you were going through all the obstacles and all these challenges in your life, what were the things that you were saying to yourself to give you the motivation when you weren't maybe receiving it, or you didn't have the accolades or all those things that reinforce who you are today? What kept you moving forward in those dark moments? What were the words you were saying to yourself?
Oh my gosh, Jonathan. Well, that started at a young age. When I was 15, my dad was a multimillionaire, Greek tycoon, stockbroker, investment banker, lawyer, all that. And he was gunned down and murdered by the mafia on his birthday when I was 15 years old. That was my first experience of going from not having to care in the world except for school, and then having to go into survival mode because we lost everything overnight. And I learned then, not by anyone else or anything. It just kind of came to me, to survive, you have to be flexible. And I got a job. I started working in an Irish pub, paid for school, helped my mom and I get an apartment in the city because I lived in New York City. So I just learned to be proactive and find solutions. I can't attest that to anything special like this. It was my inner survival mode that, okay, what do we do? And I didn't grieve till about 6 months or a year later. It didn't even hit me, everything that happened, because it happens so fast. And that happens to a lot of people in lots of different ways. So I get into, what do I need to do? And I start taking action. And then I grieve when everything, the dust settles and everything, I've helped everybody do everything they need to do and myself. Then I process and grieve. That's just my way. And that served me well throughout my year because it wasn't the last of my, traumas. I escaped domestic violence, and then I lost my mom to cancer, and life happens. Life's a journey. So we can never live our life thinking, oh, when I arrive, I'll be happy. When everything
Right.
gets put into place, I'll be happy. You got to know you'll always have bad times. You got to learn to have resources and tools, a good community around you, good friends, good people, good social, people around you that will help you, make you laugh, and we help each other. And you have skill sets that when everything hits the fan, you know what works best for you to help you walk through it. If you watch the Netflix show, I don't know if you've seen it, it's trending now, and it's How to Live to 100. And this guy did this wonderful research the last 25
Yes.
years on these countries.
Yep.
Like, I'm Greek, and so I watched it because one of them was the Greek Isles, and my grandmother lived 104, my Greek grandmother.
Wow.
So I knew the Greeks had something going for them, but also Costa Rica and Singapore. And he goes through these things that help those people, why they live. So many lived to over 100. And one of them that they all had in common was socializing. They socialize, they get with friends, they eat dinner over the table, they know their neighbors. That is a key piece of life that a lot of us miss out on because we're either working all the time or we don't even know who our neighbors are. We don't make it a point to have a glass of wine and a dinner and break bread with friends on a regular basis, not just Thanksgiving and Christmas. So being around people, that is a great survival tool as well, because we all need each other. I think that can help when you're going through tough times, just knowing we'll have them. So don't try to live your life happy when things are going right. Know how to be happy and make it through things when things aren't going so well.
That resonates so deeply with me, and it actually kind of leads me to another thought that I had, which is when I consider all of the influential people that I've worked with or I've had the joy of interviewing or what have you, having conversations with, and I'd love to hear your opinion on this because you've been so successful throughout your career. You've accomplished so much, and you've talked to so many influential people yourself. I find that the common theme with the people that I've talked to is their relationship with the word uncertainty. Like the people that can find not comfort, but can embrace uncertainty and be okay with it and go all in on a mindset, a belief, something that they stand for, and do it in a way where they are okay with whatever outcome it is, but they have a belief that they will be successful, tend to be the people that do the best. I find the people that are so concerned with chasing comfort, those are the ones that always seem to have some kind of thing going on, where I feel like it's an energetic thing. When you embrace the uncertainty of life, because the only thing about life is that it's uncertain, I just see that. So what are your thoughts about that? How do you feel about it?
Guys, that's a great topic, great insight. I never thought of that, but you're right. Because most people quit, most entrepreneurs don't make it. You just think about so many, even whether you're in athletics or whatever, quit if things get tough, or it's like, oh, I didn't expect that to happen. An injury or whatever. But if you can know that those things are going to happen and be mentally prepared for those and be a good problem solver, you will make it through. And that does differentiate the people that make it even in show business. I mean, you think the most talented people are the ones that are household names? Not necessarily. There's a lot of big talent out there that'll never make it because they just couldn't make it through the uncertainty, the not having the jobs, and making it through all the ups and downs, a lot of downs. And I talked to a couple of millionaires last year while we were doing some resourcing, and every one of them said this, which really, this kind of makes the point. They said, if you can have 52 good days in a year. 52. That if 52 of your days are good, you make the sale, everything's going right, you have, things are going right for 52 days out of the 365, you too can be a millionaire and billionaire, because they all said the rest of the days are putting out fires, problem solving, going through the grunt work, the things that are not fun and sexy, everything going wrong, but being able to be a problem solver and getting through the rest of those days that are not pretty, then that's when you can be the millionaire and billionaire. You think they all are just having a good time 365 days a year? They are problem solving constantly, pivoting, collaborating, partnering, having failures. They talked about the massive failures they have, but they didn't say, well, I guess it's not for me to be successful. They said, okay, they go down another road, go through another door. They are just so intentional of their goals and their dreams. And it, again, might look different, might be with somebody different, but they're not going to stop. So you're absolutely right. Uncertainty is part of life. And we need to teach our kids how to do that too, because they come out of school so unprepared for the real world that, you think graduation, yay, go to college, yay, or not go to college, whatever. And then you're just going to get your dream job or dream career. They've got to be prepared to how to be a problem solver and how to keep going and pivot, because life's going to take a lot of turns. And you're right. One thing you can count on is tons and tons of change. Be a chameleon and pivot, but you don't have to lose the goal. You can go from New York to California, but just take a million different routes, but still get there.
That is like that 52 days thing. Like that's the best thing I've heard all day. And I say that genuinely, authentically, because I just being vulnerable. Like I started a business 9 months ago, and I've scaled up, and I've got a team, and I'm super happy with my progress. But I'm also, and I think a lot of type A personalities, we're very, very hard on ourselves, and we are perfectionists, and we look for, unless we have the major, massive wins weekly, we're just like, I feel like I'm not doing it right. Right. But for you to say it only takes 52 days, I'm auditing my days, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe not 52, but it's up there, and it's just like that gave me the reassurance in a very feminine, motherly type of energy, like, hey, you're okay. It's like you're doing good. Don't be so hard on yourself.
For sure. It changed my life when I heard that too, because we think, oh my gosh, I'm doing everything wrong. But you're not. If you're closing sales and things, you're having those good days where people are coming on, you're getting that client acquisition, whatever you need. Or if you're an actor, you're getting those jobs, and maybe you get, you get 2 good months out of the year of good working job. That could keep you going, because the rest of the time is searching for the job, auditioning for the job, finding the collaboration, just all the stuff we go through. Guess what? The millionaires and billionaires are going through the same thing. It's just that they never stop. So that's why they're at that level, and the rest of the world's at a lower level, because we're having 10 good days a year instead, or 25, or and it's not the actual 52, but give or take 2 months of good quality, excellent days, wins, 50, 2 months of good
and
wins.
It has to be
the rest
said.
of the time is getting there.
It has to be said, but also I think it's important to say that 52 days, and I want to hear your thoughts on this, because I feel like it's 52 days walking one specific path, because I think that all of us suffer from shiny object syndrome. So if you have 52 days, but you're walking in 52 different directions, then guess what? You're probably not really moving much anywhere, right? So I like, from the executives and the entrepreneurs that I've worked with, and I'd love to hear your opinion on this, is they focus on one thing, and they become world class at one specific thing. Now, when we say one thing, it could be a lot of segments of a specific business, but they're very direction oriented. They focus and hone in and become world class, best at one specific thing. They lean all their attention on that, and then they're massively successful. This like millionaire, millionaires are said to have like 7 or more income streams. I'm like, yeah, but if you look at the backstory, typically they made it rich with one stream, and then after they had their riches in that, then they started to diversify a bit. But I also have a belief that the 52 intentional days focused on one vehicle sometimes can get you a lot further than splitting up your direction in 52 different ways. How do you feel about that, though?
Well, actually, I've got some great insight on that. It's on the same line. Think about, the Amazon. It started off with one thing. It was the books. We knew Amazon is where we got our books from.
Right.
If you do one thing at a time, doesn't mean you can't accomplish many things. Look at Tyler Perry, started in one thing, actor where he was, and now has moved on to, we have a
Oh my
Tyler
God.
Perry studio here.
Billionaire.
He didn't
Yeah.
do it all at the same time. Oprah didn't do it all at the same time. One thing, she plowed in powerhouse on journalism and TV hosting. Now look at her. She's diversified, like you said. One thing at a time is the Chinese proverb. If you chase one rabbit, you will catch it. If you chase 15 and let them all go in the yard, try to catch all 15 right now, you won't catch any of them. They'll be all gone. So one at a time, if you do that, yes, accomplish one, get really good at one thing, get it profitable, up and running, then you can move on to something else. Even if it's not exactly in your wheelhouse, if you want to start another project, once that main one, that first one, has been accomplished and it's running and you've got the systems, now you can diversify. I just think that's great insight that I have been given that I really run with, because I kind of have that undiagnosed ADD. I love to be in a lot of things at one time, and I've learned, okay, one thing at a time, zone in, get this one running. Now you can start something else. Because I always have my hand in a lot of different things, but I make sure I work on one really good, get that profitable before I take on other things.
Absolutely. And I think it's like I like, maybe this is a bad analogy, but it's just like what's coming to mind right now is I have like a 9x7 canvas, right? And I'm treating this like, I was it Da Vinci? I want to, or it might have been, but essentially what it is like he had so many layers to his painting. Instead of
Ooh,
me
that's good.
instead of me trying to get a bigger canvas, I'm wondering if I could add layers to the smaller canvas and
Ooh.
and add depth to it as opposed to going wide, and it's like I feel like that's kind of my journey as an entrepreneur.
Go
It's like,
vertical. I like
how
that.
do I add layers, extra, paint strokes, but layers to my painting as opposed to trying to fill up the biggest canvas possible? It's like there's so much more beauty in one beautifully put together painting that has multi-layers, so it's a different experience for everybody that sees it, and you see more every time you look at it, as opposed to trying to fill this massive
Yeah.
canvas that when somebody's looking at it, they're just so distracted by so many things all over the place. So I feel like that's kind of been my entrepreneurial journey, is just small canvas, deep layers,
Oh my
and I feel like
gosh.
that helps a lot.
Jonathan, you made me think of, oh my gosh, that is just a beautiful insight. Because just recently, maybe like last year, I found out, I don't know the actual size, but do you know the actual size of the Mona Lisa? It's really tiny.
It is.
It's
Absolutely
that is like
is.
a perfect example. The Mona Lisa that we all know and love is this tiny little portrait. Because a friend of mine went and saw and said, "You'd be so surprised how small it is." And we're thinking it's this big painting. It is very small, but it's the most famous painting. One of the most famous paintings in the entire history. And you're right, the layers. And I looked up why it was so famous. Why is that painting like so amazing? Because I love to draw, I love art. And I was looking it up on the shadowing that was never done before. It broke a lot of groundwork on artists that never did all that shadowing and all that
Right.
detail, the way he did it, all that stuff. But the point is, it's a very small little painting that has just impacted the world. I love what you just said. Now that impressed me now, and that's just my takeaway for today. That really is so insightful. That go vertical, make your line, your lane so layered and so rich and deep instead of just big all over the place. And it goes back
Yes.
to, how can people refer you if they don't know what you do? Well, I think she does this and she does that. I'm not really sure. She does a whole bunch of things. But if they know what you do, it just, people can refer you better too.
I'm actually writing this all down on a to-go box because I want to remember all these things. You can watch me on the stream right now. I'm like
Recorded,
writing
don't
on a to-go box.
I love it. I love it.
Yes, that is so good. So thank you for all of that. Was there
Well,
anything
thank you for what you're doing.
yeah. So can we is there any way that we could plan the podcast right now so that people know when I'm coming onto your podcast? I would love to get that locked in. I know I was supposed to, but I got got a little busy. But
Yeah,
I
we
would
get busy.
love
I get it.
I would love to lock that in so that we could start pushing this right now. I would love to have an extended conversation with you when we get into all kinds of topics such as this one. So what's your soonest available, Owwll?
Absolutely. Well, let me clear some time here. I got my date book out.
I know you're
Hold
super
on.
busy
Hold
yourself.
the phone.
Yes.
Oh, well, we're getting to the holidays, in which I love the holidays, but I can get you in. Actually, have a free podcasting masterclass next week coming up.
Yes.
Let's see, it's on October 17th. Let me get you in on. I'm looking.
It's all good. I want this.
This is wonderful. It's so fun.
I love the collaborative energy. I feel like I could learn so much from you because like you've done the world that you're in, maybe this will surprise you, maybe it doesn't, but as a millennial, I hold traditional media at such a high regard because that is what I watched when I was growing up. That is what my parents watched. That's what my grandparents watched. I love the Emmys. I love traditional television. I love television production. Social media is great, but it feels very Wild West as opposed to the traditional standards. I would love to go back to a society where we maybe pivoted a little bit more back to that, because I felt like we were a lot more, social as a species, and we were a lot more, where now so much is transactional social media. It kills me when there's this really beautiful photo and it's like, it almost makes me emotional. It was a concert. And it's a concert and it's a bunch of kids with their phones out and they're all recording the experience, but they're looking at it they're looking at it from the lens of the phone. They're not looking at it because they're so concerned about capturing the moment so they could share it on social. And then you had a grandmother.
Yeah, they're not really there.
The grandmother was no phone in her hand and she was just watching the concert. And I'm like, what happened to us? where what's happening online is more real than real is.
That's so true. Yeah, I have caught myself doing that many times throughout the last couple of years. And I realized,
we can't
I'm
help
putting
it.
my phone down. It's more important for me to experience this than me to capture it on the phone. So I get that for sure. We've all fallen to that. I know I have.
Yeah, it's a thing, but
Yeah,
the
it is.
traditional
Well, I've got
values,
a spot
traditional
for
media.
you.
You got a spot for me.
Exactly.
All right. So is it going to be October 17th?
Oh, no, I have a masterclass that day. I'm teaching podcasting October 17th.
All right. So what date do you have for me so we could start publicizing it
I have
now?
Friday, October 27th at 1 p.m. Eastern. Would that work?
I am locked in. So all of you, if you are loving this conversation as much as I am, on October 27th at 1 p.m., I will be on Aurea's podcast, and we're going to pick a great topic to dive into. And if you're seeing this much value, imagine.
And then I'll tell you, it's going to air. It'll air as a live, pre-recorded live on November 1st, Wednesday night at 8 p.m. on all my social media, and we can share it. And you can even do live chats if you want to do that night.
Yes.
Awesome.
And we'll have some special giveaways that I will be doing, so please tune in for that, and we're going to have a blast. If you thought you got a lot of value out of these 20 minutes, imagine an entire hour of us having a conversation about all of this that we planned out. So I am so excited about that. Can't wait.
So fun. All right. We'll record on the
Yes.
27th. We'll go live with everybody on social media as it's pre-recorded. We'll be chatting with everybody on November 1st at 8 p.m. Eastern time. And I'll send you the email so you can chat it all out.
Beautiful.
So excited to talk to you too. You are brilliant. I love what you're doing.
you.
You're an amazing host. You're doing such a good job with this. I cannot just rave about you enough how good you are at this.
Thank
You're
you.
just soaring.
I can't wait for the day. This is my dream. And I haven't really shared this a lot. I certainly haven't shared it online, but I would love at some point to be able to do this on some kind of television station. And I feel like you might have one, but I would love to do these super long live streams because for me, they give me energy. So many people have a resistance to doing these, but for me, so it's like, there's my unique vehicle. There's me leaning into my natural gift. If I could do extended long streams with a bunch of brilliant humans, that's my dream. That is my goal.
Well, you absolutely can. We'll have to talk more about that. But that's what's made Joe Rogan so popular. Podcasting goes on like 3 hours, and it's all this eclectic conversations with so many cool people and so many different topics. So you never know, you could be the next one.
That would be a dream, but I think
There
Aurea
you
can help
go.
me get there. So I'm looking forward to it.
Can.
Yes. All right. It was a pleasure as always, and we will catch up soon. Okay.
Sounds good.
All
Keep
right,
on keeping
take
on. I'm
care.
listening in today.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Jonathan.
Take care. Have a good one.
Bye.
All right, man. We've been knocking them out of the park. Those last two conversations, I hate to say it for all the other guests, but those were my favorites so far. We're starting to heat up, guys. So call in now because the line is going to get long as we go. And we're all right. Well, we're about to switch feeds. Has it already been 4 hours, guys? It's just blasting right by. All right, so we're gonna be switching feeds momentarily, and then we will be right back. I mean, we could try. I think it's safe. I think it's safe to restart it. It's LinkedIn that cuts it at 4. LinkedIn cuts it at 4 hours. Yeah. On a live myself. We'll take one more. We'll take one more. I'm here for it. Hey there.
Hi, Jonathan. How you doing?
I am doing great. How do you pronounce your name? Because I do not want to butcher it.
Oh, no worries. It's Eileen. So I always tell people A is silent, so it's Eileen.
Eileen. So can I just call you I? Do you like that? Does that work?
Oh, it's Eileen.
Eileen.
It's a Chinese name. It means lovely lotus flower.
Beautiful. Love it. Love it. Is there any way that you could speak up a little bit or turn your sound up a little tiny bit?
This.
Oh, there you are. Yes. Love it. Thank you.
Yeah, I was on speaker. Sorry about that. Every time I come on, people say the same thing, and I don't realize it's because of the speaker part.
I don't like holding my phone, so I totally feel you. I like the speaker because then I can cut. But the only downside is everybody hears all my conversations. But I just don't like holding my phone. It makes my shoulder tired. So I don't know if that's you, but that's me. So I'm always on the speaker.
No, that is me too, and I like to put it down. And like if I'm on Owl, I try to do my work at the same time and talk to people if I can. So yeah, I have
Yes.
only been on Owl for maybe less than a year and a half. So I'm still learning the app, and over the summer I didn't really use it much because I've been so busy. You know what I mean? So,
I hear you.
but I do like Owl.
So, a couple of things. Now, first and foremost, I do have to preface this. You are in front of a live audience right now. There are hundreds of people watching. So, I just wanted to see how I could help you with marketing, branding, LinkedIn, whatever it is, selling. I'm here to serve you right now. So, I see the beautiful pink Mercedes. Am I right with that? It's a pink Mercedes.
Yes.
And
Yes.
you're an emergency disaster preparedness planning and public relations expert. So tell me about that. What kind of marketing questions do you have related to it?
Oh, yeah. So I was actually trying to see how to because I'm trying to do my own side gig, emergency disaster preparedness, and I'm trying to put it more on my LinkedIn page side because it's a
Right.
brand new side gig that I'm starting, and I'm just trying to figure out how to promote it on LinkedIn and all that, and market on my side. So I'm not sure how to do it because it's still a brand new stuff, and I don't know how to organize it onto LinkedIn for my own profile. So if there's any tips and then anything like that.
Yeah, great question. So let me hit you with some facts first because I think that, you have to have like a healthy mindset and you have to like really know what you want and see the opportunity because oftentimes like if the opportunity isn't enticing enough, we typically don't take action. And the more that we see an opportunity, the more we get excited about it, which motivates us to take action, right? So first and foremost, let's hit some of the facts. There's 925 million users on LinkedIn, right? Facebook,
Hmm.
YouTube has about 2 billion. So we've got about half the
Right.
market share, right? But of the 925 million users, there's only 3 million posts a day. So that means 99% of the platform is consuming what 0.03% are creating. What does that tell you? That LinkedIn has a massive content efficiency problem, which means you're going to stand out almost by default because there are so few creators creating. And why that
Hmm.
is because people have such a fear and a resistance to being vulnerable, to sharing, because their fear of judgment of others, right? So first and foremost, let's identify that you have a great opportunity on LinkedIn right now. If you didn't know, now you got some stats to kind of back it up. Now, what do we do with this this opportunity that we have in front of us? So kind of like you shared. Now, when we talk about disaster preparedness, planning, what have you, when would people typically reach out to you in that process? Like, why would somebody contact you relating to this?
So normally most people contact me when I started this side gig was like when school's about to start, as well as like in the beginning of the year, like in
Right.
January.
Right.
So that's when majority of the people who normally contact me. For instance, like the beginning of the school year this year, where I am in San Francisco, because I've done some checklist pre-checklist school kits for my friends' kids, and so they're the ones that started to get my name out there.
Right.
And what I did was I always tell my friends, if you know someone who else has a kid, I will help them with their pre-guide checklist for their go kits. So normally, like I said, for school year, beginning of the school year, and the beginning of January is when most people do it. So I'm like trying to figure out on LinkedIn how to promote it, or should I just do it year round, because I haven't really done it on my LinkedIn page quite yet. You know what I mean?
Right,
So
of course. So what's
yeah.
the offer? You have your checklist, but what does it include exactly? What's the price point, if you don't mind sharing? You could say a ballpark, you don't have to say the exact amount, but
Yeah.
what does the offer include, and what's kind of like more or less the price point?
Yeah, so I normally talk to people like over if they're from somewhere else, like over Zoom or WhatsApp and that. And so what I normally do is for kids, for the pre-guide checklist, I would tell the parents, have a picture of your kid with yourself and or a guardian, or a group shot with the people that you normally have them get picked up,
Right.
as well as like a map of the area that they live in,
Right.
just in case they get separated. Let's say the school somehow they say it's not safe anymore to be there,
Right.
and they move them to a designated area. So at least they have a map to tell those like the law enforcement or Red Cross or Salvation Army, where they live, to give them an idea,
Right.
as well as little snacks inside. So that's a few things that I do. And for my friends, I only charge around 25, but sometimes I go into further depth. So that's the minimum is 25.
Okay, so it's $25 for the offer. Can I
Yes.
throw a crazy idea at you? But and when I say crazy idea, I don't give advice unless I've tried something and it's worked, right? So
Uh-huh.
I had an individual. He was a client. He was kind of like a little bit different, but it was more relating to protection on construction sites, right? Like in case
Okay.
of emergency scenarios. And what I recommended to him, he ran with it and it worked really well, is so you put a package together, which is essentially the maps, a photo of, the caretaker, what have you, and some elements such as that. Let me throw a crazy idea at you. So you develop a wireframe, right? And it's a very basic, like step one, login. Step two, here's the asset where it has the photo. Here's the map where it has it. You develop a framework for an app. Okay. And
Mhm.
what you can do is you can send that app framework to somebody on Fiverr, pay them $200-300, get it done beautifully. You build an app, and then it's a subscription where you charge low cost. We're talking about $2-3 a month to each person, or maybe as much as
Mhm.
$9.99 per month. But it's an app that they can constantly access it. Because my only concern with the tangible, which is a paper map, I mean, we lose paper all the time, and our world
Yeah, that's
is
true. Especially
transferring.
kids too.
Oh my gosh, put in their book bag, you never know where it's going, right? And as we
Yeah, that's
continue
true.
to transfer all of our attention more paperless, also it's great for the environment. Why not take this brilliant idea and move it towards an app? And then you can charge a subscription model, because we're so used to paying for subscriptions, set it and forget it, but this is about safety. So if you could charge low cost $9 a month, not only are you going to 100x your profit, but it's a lot easier of a buy-in, because it's like, hey, what happens? Like if all of our friends are using a specific app like Owl, then everybody's going to gravitate towards it. So as moms, let's call it, I hate to generalize genders, but I feel like there's more moms dropping off their kids than men typically, right? If one mom tells, hey, I downloaded this app, it keeps the photo of my child there, it has the map, there's a certain degree of safety that comes with that, and it doesn't really cost you much to create. And then when one mom tells the other mom, every mom wants it, and now you have a subscription model where, let's say you start with one school, it's completely adopted into the school. Now the district's interested in having a conversation. Then it becomes something, and I know I'm kind of a big brain thinker, but then it becomes something that's nationwide, and then it becomes the standard. And then now all of a sudden, you have like this multi-million-dollar product and hundreds of thousands of people subscribing to it. Thoughts?
Yeah, that's really that's really a good idea. I didn't ever really thought of that at the time. To do something like that. I was just, when I first started the gig, I just was thinking of, in their bag instead of on the phone or, on the app. So that is very good suggestion, and thanks for giving me a little tip. I
Yeah.
never really thought of that.
And you know what? I know that it's easier said than done, obviously, but to elaborate, because you were talking about LinkedIn, and I kind of got off track a little bit because I got excited about the idea. Going back to LinkedIn, what we have to do is we need to identify what the starving crowd is. Like, what do they really want? What do they really care about? So when it comes to creating content, a lot of your approach when it comes to what you're creating on the content side, or even like your cover photo or the way that you want to position your about section, the key is, what are the scenarios that parents fear happening? Right. So in case of a disaster, but you always have to frame it. So what I would do is I would take historical data, right? So, okay, 9/11, how did people respond to the fear that came out of it? Take history, because history leaves clues about what's coming in our future. So, yeah, I just need to finish thought. So a lot of it has to do with, lean into historical times of historical situations and how people approach those situations, and what you can do to basically, like, if this product was on the market, then we could have avoided these problems. A lot of your fears could have been avoided if we had something like this. So use the past to tell the story for the future. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yes. And do like a little like a small, almost like a business plan to put on your LinkedIn.
Yes. So essentially, yeah. And then when it comes to the business plan for LinkedIn, you're always keep in mind is, like, what are those scenarios, and make them tangible to reality. So don't say, well, in case of an emergency, say, in case, like, imagine for a moment that there's a fire that breaks out in the school gym and everybody has to evacuate. You need to use the storytelling so that people can they close their eyes and they can visualize themselves in the scenario. And when that happens, they say to themselves, oh my gosh, I need to take action and I need to buy this thing. The more that we can use storytelling to reinforce your offer, the more you're going to convert. So unfortunately, we gotta end the stream and switch over. But please call back, and I will. You know what? I'll call you back. How's that sound? I'll call you back.
Oh,
All
that's
right.
great.
All right, fantastic. Talk soon.
Okay. Thank
Yep. Sorry, Jason. I just didn't want to leave her hanging.